There are whispers from the past that seem to transcend time itself. Ancient prophecies etched in stone, written on fragile parchment, or passed down through generations in oral traditions that somehow knew what was coming centuries before events unfolded. These aren't vague predictions or lucky guesses. These are detailed foretellings of specific events, people, and transformations that would change the course of human history with uncanny precision. From the Islamic prophet Muhammad's arrival foretold in texts across multiple religions, to the collapse of one of history's greatest empires predicted in its exact sequence, to indigenous cultures that described European colonizers before ships appeared on the horizon. These aren't myths or legends. These are documented prophecies preserved in some of humanity's oldest and most revered texts that historians and scholars still struggle to explain. Before we dive into it, here's a quick note. The visuals in this video aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. They make it more dynamic, but you can keep up with the stories strictly through the audio. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these mystifying prophecies. And if you'd like to support me making these videos, consider subscribing to the channel. Let's begin. Babylon was once the jewel of the ancient world, a city of breathtaking wonder and impossible grandeur. Rising from the fertile plains between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, its massive walls stretched toward the heavens, crowned by lush hanging gardens that seemed to defy gravity itself. At its height, Babylon was the largest city in the world, home to perhaps 250,000 people who lived beneath the shadow of the magnificent blue-tiled Ishtar Gate and the towering ziggurat dedicated to Marduk, their supreme deity. This was the Babylon of Nebuchadnezzar II, the mighty king who transformed the city into the political and cultural center of the ancient world. His empire stretched across Mesopotamia, reaching into Syria, Palestine, and even parts of Egypt. Under his rule, Babylon flourished as never before, becoming a place of such opulence and architectural wonder that it would be remembered for millennia to come. But there was someone else who would remember Babylon, not for its glory, but for its coming destruction. Centuries before Babylon reached its zenith, an Israelite prophet named Isaiah had already foretold its downfall. What's most remarkable about Isaiah's prophecy wasn't just that he predicted the fall of Babylon, but the astonishing detail with which he described how it would happen. According to the book of Isaiah, written around 700 BCE, the prophet proclaimed, "Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldeans' pride, will be as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. It will never be inhabited, nor will it be settled from generation to generation." He went on to describe how the city's palaces would be filled with wild creatures, its stones would never be used to rebuild, and the land would become a desolate wasteland. What makes this prophecy so extraordinary is that when Isaiah wrote these words, Babylon wasn't even the dominant power in the region. In fact, it was Assyria that ruled with an iron fist at the time. Babylon was just another city in their vast empire. Predicting Babylon's rise to power, let alone its eventual fall, would have seemed absurd to Isaiah's contemporaries. Yet history tells us that everything unfolded just as Isaiah had foretold. In 539 BCE, nearly 2 centuries after Isaiah's prophecy, the mighty Persian King Cyrus the Great stood at the gates of Babylon with his army. The Babylonians, confident in their massive walls and abundant supplies, mocked the Persian forces from atop their seemingly impregnable fortifications. Herodotus, the Greek historian, tells us that the Babylonians were so confident that they held feasts and celebrations, while the Persian army camped outside their walls. But Cyrus was clever. Instead of trying to breach the formidable walls, he devised an ingenious plan. The Euphrates River ran through the center of Babylon, passing under its walls. Cyrus ordered his men to divert the river upstream, reducing the water level until it was shallow enough for his soldiers to wade through. On the night of his attack, the Babylonians were celebrating a religious festival, their attention turned to feasting and drinking rather than defending their city. The Persian army slipped into Babylon almost without resistance, wading through the lowered river and entering through gates that had been left open or poorly guarded. By morning, Babylon had fallen, exactly as Isaiah had prophesied. The Persian conquest was so swift and bloodless that many Babylonians didn't even know their city had been taken until the next day. But Isaiah's prophecy wasn't just about Babylon's fall to the Persians. It was about its complete and utter desolation, a prediction that would take centuries to fully materialize. After the Persian conquest, Babylon remained an important city for a time. Alexander the Great later planned to make it his eastern capital, though he died before he could realize this vision. Slowly but surely, however, the city began to decline. As the centuries passed, Babylon's importance waned. The Seleucids, who came after Alexander, preferred to develop their own new cities rather than maintain the ancient Babylonian capital. By the time the Parthians took control of the region around 141 BCE, Babylon was already diminishing. The Romans never showed much interest in the site, and gradually, people began to abandon the once great city. By the 1st century of the Common Era, Babylon was largely deserted. The Euphrates changed course, leaving the remnants of the city without the water that had once been its lifeblood. The magnificent structures crumbled, their bricks carried away to build other settlements. Desert sand swept in, covering what remained, until eventually, the exact location of mighty Babylon was forgotten. For nearly 2,000 years, Babylon lay buried and abandoned, its location known only through ancient texts and local legends. It wasn't until the 19th century that archaeologists began to uncover the ruins of the once magnificent city. What they found was exactly what Isaiah had described: a desolate wasteland, inhabited only by wild animals, its great buildings reduced to rubble. The precision of Isaiah's prophecy is what makes it so remarkable. He didn't just predict that Babylon would fall. Many cities rise and fall throughout history. He predicted that it would be completely abandoned, never to be rebuilt or inhabited. He described how it would become a haunt for wild creatures, how its stones would not be reused, how it would become a desolation for all time. Some skeptics point out that Isaiah's prophecy might have been written or edited after Babylon's fall to the Persians, making it appear more accurate than it really was. However, the Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered in the mid-20th century, included a complete scroll of Isaiah dated to at least 125 BCE, long before any significant editing could have taken place. The prophecy was indeed written well before its fulfillment. Others argue that Isaiah's words were simply an educated guess based on the political situation of his time, or that they were vague enough to fit whatever eventually happened. Yet the specific details of his prophecy, the complete abandonment, the lasting desolation, the presence of wild animals, match the actual fate of Babylon too closely to be dismissed as mere coincidence or clever interpretation. Today, the ruins of Babylon lie in modern-day Iraq, about 55 miles south of Baghdad. Despite various attempts to restore and rebuild parts of the site, particularly during Saddam Hussein's regime, Babylon remains largely in ruins, a shadow of its former glory. Visitors to the site can see the reconstructed Ishtar Gate, parts of the processional way, and the foundations of some of the ancient palaces and temples. But the bustling metropolis that once dominated the ancient world is gone forever, its magnificence existing only in historical accounts and archaeological remnants. The fall of Babylon stands as one of the most remarkable fulfilled prophecies in ancient literature. Isaiah's words, spoken when Babylon was just a minor city in the Assyrian Empire, predicted not only its rise to prominence, but also its eventual downfall and abandonment with uncanny accuracy. Whether one views this as divine inspiration or remarkable political foresight, the fact remains that Isaiah saw the future of Babylon with astonishing clarity, describing a desolation that would take centuries to fully unfold, but which history has proven to be precisely correct. This prophecy reminds us of the transient nature of even the greatest human achievements. Babylon, with all its splendor and might, eventually crumbled to dust, fulfilling words spoken centuries before its peak. It stands as a testament to the mysterious ways in which the past sometimes seems to reach forward and touch the future, leaving us to wonder what other ancient words might still be waiting for their moment of fulfillment. In the bright spring sunshine of the year 30 CE, a small group of men walked through the bustling streets of Jerusalem, their eyes drawn upward to the magnificent temple that dominated the city skyline. The temple gleamed with gold and white marble, its massive stones fitted together with such precision that not even a knife blade could slide between them. Herod the Great had spared no expense in rebuilding this sacred site, turning it into one of the architectural wonders of the ancient world. As the men marveled at the temple's grandeur, their teacher, a Galilean named Jesus, turned to them with a sobering prediction. "Do you see all these great buildings?" he asked. "Not one stone here will be left on another. Everyone will be thrown down." His words must have seemed almost blasphemous to those who heard them. The temple wasn't just a building. It was the physical dwelling place of God on earth according to Jewish belief. To suggest it would be utterly destroyed was to imagine the unimaginable. Yet roughly 40 years later, in the summer of 70 CE, the impossible became reality. Roman legions under the command of Titus, son of Emperor Vespasian, stood atop the smoldering ruins of Jerusalem. The magnificent temple lay in ashes, its sacred treasures plundered, its massive stones toppled just as Jesus had foretold. Not a single structure remained intact in what had once been the spiritual center of Judaism. What makes this prophecy particularly remarkable isn't just its accuracy, but its specificity. Jesus didn't merely predict that Jerusalem would face hardship or that the temple would be damaged. He described its complete and utter destruction, down to the detail that not a single stone would remain standing upon another. When we examine the historical record, we find that this is precisely what happened. The road to Jerusalem's destruction began in 66 CE, when tensions between the Jewish population and their Roman overlords finally erupted into open rebellion. Years of heavy taxation, religious insensitivity, and the corruption of Roman governors had pushed the Jewish people to their breaking point. What started as riots in Caesarea quickly spread throughout Judea, escalating into a full-scale revolt. Initially, the rebellion met with surprising success. The insurgents managed to defeat the Roman garrison in Jerusalem and repel the first counterattack led by the governor of Syria. This early victory filled the rebels with confidence, but it also sealed Jerusalem's fate. Rome could not allow such a rebellion to succeed, as it might inspire similar uprisings throughout the empire. Emperor Nero dispatched his most capable general, Vespasian, to crush the revolt. Vespasian methodically reconquered Judea region by region, gradually isolating Jerusalem. When Nero died in 68 CE, a brief civil war erupted in Rome, with Vespasian eventually emerging as the new emperor. He passed command of the Judean campaign to his son Titus, instructing him to finish what had been started. By the spring of 70 CE, Titus had positioned 4 legions around Jerusalem, trapping the defenders and thousands of pilgrims who had come for Passover inside the city walls. What followed was one of the most brutal sieges in ancient history. The Romans built a wall of their own completely surrounding Jerusalem, ensuring that no one could escape and no supplies could enter. Inside the city, conditions deteriorated rapidly. Food and water ran scarce, then disappeared altogether. The Jewish historian Josephus, who witnessed the siege firsthand, describes horrific scenes of starvation, with people resorting to eating leather, hay, and even in one infamous account, a woman cooking and eating her own child. As if starvation wasn't enough, the different factions of rebels within the city fought among themselves, sometimes burning food stores to deprive their rivals. After several months of siege, the Romans finally breached the outer walls in late July, fighting their way toward the Temple Mount. Titus allegedly wanted to preserve the magnificent temple as a trophy of war, but in the chaos of battle, a Roman soldier threw a torch through a window of the sanctuary. The resulting fire quickly spread, engulfing the entire complex. Josephus describes the scene in heartbreaking detail. The roar of the flames streaming far and wide mingled with the groans of the falling victims, and owing to the height of the hill and the size of the burning pile, one would have thought that the whole city was ablaze. As the temple burned, Roman soldiers tore it apart stone by stone, hunting for gold that had melted between the cracks during the fire. When the flames finally died down, the Romans systematically demolished what remained of the temple and much of the city. They left only the western retaining wall of the Temple Mount, known today as the Western Wall or Wailing Wall, and 3 towers of Herod's palace to show future generations the formidable defenses they had overcome. The destruction was so complete that when the Roman commander Terentius Rufus plowed the area where the temple had stood, he literally fulfilled an older prophecy from the book of Micah that said, "Zion will be plowed like a field." The Romans killed countless thousands, Josephus claims as many as 1 million, though modern historians consider this an exaggeration. Thousands more were captured and sold into slavery, dispersed throughout the Roman Empire. What's particularly striking about Jesus' prophecy is that it came at a time when such destruction seemed almost inconceivable. Herod's temple was one of the most impressive structures in the Roman world, and Jerusalem was a city of considerable importance. The stones of the temple were massive, some measuring 40 feet long, 12 feet high, and weighing several hundred tons. The idea that such a magnificent edifice could be so thoroughly demolished would have seemed absurd to most observers of the time. Yet Jesus not only predicted this unlikely event, but also connected it to other signs and warnings. According to the Gospel accounts, he advised his followers to flee the city when they saw Jerusalem surrounded by armies, and mentioned that not one stone will be left on another. Those who heeded this warning apparently survived the catastrophe. The early Christian historian Eusebius records that the Christian community in Jerusalem, remembering Jesus' prophecy, fled to the city of Pella in Jordan before the Romans surrounded Jerusalem, thus escaping the devastation. Some skeptics argue that the Gospel accounts of Jesus' prophecy were written after the destruction of Jerusalem, making it easy for the authors to include accurate predictions of events that had already occurred. However, there's compelling evidence that at least some of the Gospels were composed before 70 CE. Regardless of when they were written down, the early Christian community clearly connected their escape from Jerusalem with Jesus' warnings, suggesting that these prophecies were indeed circulating before the city's fall. Others point out that predicting conflict between the Jews and Romans didn't require supernatural foresight. Tensions had been building for decades, and other Jewish prophets and teachers had made similar predictions. Yet the specificity of Jesus' prophecy, predicting the complete destruction of the temple down to the detail that not one stone would remain on another, goes beyond what political analysis alone might suggest. Today, nearly 2,000 years later, the temple has never been rebuilt. The Temple Mount is now home to Islamic shrines, including the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The Western Wall remains the holiest site where Jews are permitted to pray, a surviving remnant of the temple complex that once dominated Jerusalem's skyline. The destruction of Jerusalem and its temple in 70 CE remains one of the pivotal events in Jewish history, marking the beginning of the long exile that would not end until the establishment of the modern state of Israel in 1948. For Christians, it stands as one of the most dramatic fulfillments of prophecy, a sobering demonstration of Jesus' prophetic insights, and a reminder of the transient nature of even the most magnificent human achievements. As we look back at these events across nearly 2 millennia, we're left with the haunting image of a teacher standing in the shadow of a magnificent temple, seeing not just the glittering gold and towering stones that everyone else saw, but somehow perceiving the ashes and ruin that lay in its future. Whether through divine revelation or extraordinary political insight, Jesus of Nazareth glimpsed a truth that others could not see, a truth that history would validate in the most dramatic and devastating way possible. Perched on the edge of the Mediterranean Sea in what is now Lebanon, the ancient city of Tyre once stood as one of the most magnificent port cities in the world. Founded around 2750 BCE, Tyre grew from a small Phoenician settlement into a maritime superpower. Its purple-dyed textiles, cedar wood, and glassware sought after across the ancient world. Its unique position, part of the city sat on an island about half a mile offshore, while another section spread across the adjacent mainland, made it seem almost impregnable, a floating fortress of commerce and culture. At its height, Tyre's influence extended far beyond its walls. Its sailors established colonies throughout the Mediterranean, including Carthage in North Africa. Its merchants amassed fortunes trading with Egypt, Greece, and lands even further afield. Its royal purple dye, extracted through a painstaking process from tiny murex snails, became so synonymous with luxury that the color purple remains associated with royalty to this day. Tyre was, by all accounts, the jewel of the Eastern Mediterranean, a city whose wealth and strategic importance seemed to guarantee its eternal prosperity. Yet in the early 6th century BCE, a prophet named Ezekiel made an astonishing prediction about Tyre's future. Living among the Judean exiles in Babylon, far from the splendors of the Phoenician coast, Ezekiel delivered a prophecy that must have seemed utterly implausible to those who heard it. He declared that Tyre would be utterly destroyed, that its stones, timber, and soil would be cast into the sea, and that it would become a bare rock, a place where fishermen would spread their nets. Most remarkably, he stated that Tyre would never be rebuilt. What makes Ezekiel's prophecy so extraordinary is not just its boldness, predicting the downfall of one of the ancient world's most successful cities, but its specificity. He didn't simply foresee Tyre's destruction. He described precisely how it would happen and what would become of the site afterward. And as history unfolded over the centuries that followed, each aspect of his prophecy came true in remarkable detail. The first blow to Tyre came shortly after Ezekiel's prophecy, when Nebuchadnezzar II, king of Babylon, laid siege to the city around 586 BCE. For 13 long years, the Babylonian army pressed against Tyre, focusing primarily on the mainland portion of the city. Eventually, they broke through and conquered this section, but the island fortress remained defiant, protected by its natural moat and formidable defensive walls that rose directly from the sea. Although Nebuchadnezzar inflicted significant damage on Tyre, he never fully conquered the island's citadel. After more than a decade of siege, both sides agreed to terms that left the island city intact, but as a tributary to Babylon. It seemed that Ezekiel's prophecy had failed, or at least remained incomplete. Tyre had been damaged, but certainly not destroyed as thoroughly as the prophet had described. But history wasn't finished with Tyre. 250 years later, in 332 BCE, Alexander the Great arrived on the Phoenician coast during his campaign against the Persian Empire. Most Phoenician cities surrendered to Alexander without resistance, but Tyre, confident in its island fortress, refused. This defiance enraged the young Macedonian king, who determined to teach Tyre a lesson that would echo throughout his empire. Faced with the challenge of reaching an island that had withstood numerous sieges throughout its history, Alexander devised an audacious plan. He would build a causeway from the mainland to the island, creating a land bridge across the half-mile strait. To construct this enormous mole, Alexander's engineers and soldiers did exactly what Ezekiel had predicted more than 250 years earlier. They took the stones, timber, and even the soil from the ruins of the mainland city and cast them into the sea. The construction of the causeway was a monumental undertaking. Alexander's forces had to work under constant attack from Tyrian ships and defensive towers. The deeper they pushed into the sea, the more vulnerable they became to naval assaults. Initially, progress was slow, with waves washing away much of their work. To solve this problem, Alexander ordered the construction of two massive towers on the advancing causeway, from which his forces could defend the workers and respond to Tyrian attacks. As the causeway grew closer to the island, the Tyrians fought with increasing desperation. They launched fire ships against the Macedonian fleet, employed divers to sabotage the underwater foundations of the mole, and rained arrows and stones upon the construction crews. But Alexander's determination was unyielding. He brought in more ships, recruited more engineers, and continued to push the massive structure forward, using the very material of the ancient mainland city to create his path to conquest. After 7 months of grueling effort, the causeway finally reached the island. Alexander's forces breached the walls, and in the summer of 332 BCE, Tyre fell. The conqueror's vengeance was terrible. Thousands of Tyrians were killed in the fighting, and Alexander ordered 2,000 survivors crucified along the shoreline as a warning to others who might consider resistance. The once proud city that had defied empires was now a shattered ruin. Its walls toppled, its buildings burned, its people enslaved or scattered. But what's truly remarkable about this event is not just that it fulfilled Ezekiel's prediction of Tyre's destruction, but that it did so in precisely the manner he had described. His words about casting the city's stones, timber, and soil into the sea found literal fulfillment in Alexander's causeway. What seemed like a strange and implausible detail in the prophecy became the key to the city's ultimate downfall. After Alexander's conquest, Tyre eventually recovered to some extent. A new city was built on the site, which remained an important trading center throughout the Hellenistic and Roman periods. However, it never regained its former glory or independence. More importantly, the geography of the place was permanently altered. What had once been an island was now a peninsula, connected to the mainland by Alexander's causeway, which had trapped sediment over the centuries and created a permanent land bridge. The final aspects of Ezekiel's prophecy, that Tyre would become a bare rock and a place for spreading fishing nets, took longer to fulfill, but history eventually caught up with these predictions as well. Over the centuries, Tyre experienced repeated conflicts and changes of control, from the Seleucids to the Romans, from the Byzantine Empire to the Arab Caliphates, from the Crusaders to the Ottoman Turks. Each new ruler left their mark, but the cumulative effect was gradual decline. By the time of the Crusades in the 12th and 13th centuries CE, Tyre had diminished considerably from its ancient glory. After the fall of the Crusader states, the city fell into further obscurity. When the explorer and scholar Edward Robinson visited the site in the 19th century, he found it reduced to a small fishing village. The once mighty port that had dominated Mediterranean trade was now, just as Ezekiel had foretold, little more than a place where fishermen spread their nets to dry. Today, modern Tyre is a small city in southern Lebanon, built partly on the ancient site. Archaeological excavations have revealed impressive Roman ruins, including a hippodrome and bath complex, but these date from long after the Phoenician city that Ezekiel knew. The ancient island fortress is now a peninsula, Alexander's causeway having permanently altered the coastline. Fishing remains an important local industry, and visitors can still see nets spread out to dry along the rocky shores, a living fulfillment of a prophecy made 2,500 years ago. Skeptics point out that many ancient cities faced destruction, and that Ezekiel's prophecy might seem more impressive in hindsight than it would have at the time. They note that the prophet lived during a period of significant geopolitical upheaval, when the Neo-Babylonian Empire was reshaping the entire region. Perhaps, they suggest, Ezekiel was simply making an educated guess based on the political realities of his day. Yet the specificity of Ezekiel's prophecy goes far beyond what political analysis might suggest. He didn't just predict Tyre's downfall, but described how its ruins would be cast into the sea, an unusual method of destruction that came true with Alexander's causeway. He foresaw that the site would become a bare rock used by fishermen, a fate that took nearly 2,000 years to fully manifest, but which eventually came to pass. The prophecy of Tyre's fall reminds us of the impermanence of even the greatest human achievements. A city that once dominated Mediterranean trade, whose wealth was legendary, whose defenses seemed impregnable, eventually became exactly what Ezekiel had foreseen: a bare rock, a place for fishing nets, its ancient glory forgotten except by historians and archaeologists. Whether one views this as divine revelation or remarkable political insight, the fact remains that Ezekiel saw Tyre's future with astonishing clarity, describing not just its fall but the specific manner of its destruction and its ultimate fate centuries later. In the ruins of Tyre, we find one of history's most remarkable examples of prophecy fulfilled, a testament to the mysterious ways in which the past sometimes seems to reach forward through time, touching the present and even the future with uncanny precision. In the shadowy corridors of the royal palace at Babylon, a young man of just 32 years lay dying, his fever raging, his conquests incomplete. It was June of 323 BCE, and Alexander the Great, who had built an empire stretching from Greece to India, was about to breathe his last. As his generals gathered around him, desperately seeking to learn who would inherit his vast territories, the conqueror reportedly whispered, "To the strongest." With those ambiguous words, he sealed the fate of his empire, which would soon be torn apart by the very men who had helped him build it. What makes Alexander's death particularly remarkable is that it had been foretold in astonishing detail, more than 2 centuries before he was born. In the book of Daniel, written around 530 BCE during the Babylonian captivity of the Jewish people, a prophecy described the rise of a mighty Greek king, the rapid expansion of his empire, and its eventual division into 4 parts. The precision with which this ancient text predicted events that would unfold centuries later has made it one of the most studied and debated prophecies in history. The prophecy appears in the 8th chapter of Daniel, where the author describes a vision of a ram with 2 horns, representing the Medo-Persian Empire, being attacked and defeated by a goat with a prominent horn between its eyes, coming from the west. The text explicitly states, "The goat represented the kingdom of Greece, and the large horn between its eyes was the first king." After the goat's victory, the prophecy continues. Its large horn would be broken off and replaced by 4 horns spreading toward the 4 winds of heaven. This vision, recorded long before Alexander was born, precisely outlines his conquest of the Persian Empire, his status as the first king of a united Greek empire, his untimely death at the height of his power, and the division of his territories among 4 of his generals. The accuracy of these predictions is so remarkable that some scholars argue the book of Daniel must have been written after these events occurred. However, there is substantial evidence, including the book's inclusion in the Septuagint, the Greek translation of Hebrew scriptures completed around 250 BCE, that Daniel's prophecies predated Alexander's conquests. To appreciate the full significance of this prophecy, we need to understand just how unlikely Alexander's achievements were. Born in 356 BCE in the Kingdom of Macedon, on the northern fringes of the Greek world, Alexander seemed destined for regional, not global, significance. His father, Philip II, had transformed Macedon from a backwater kingdom into a formidable military power, but even he hadn't dared to challenge the might of Persia, the superpower of the age. When Philip was assassinated in 336 BCE, leaving the throne to his 20-year-old son, few could have predicted that this young ruler would not only survive, but go on to create one of the largest empires the world had ever seen. Yet within just 13 years, Alexander had done the impossible. He led his armies across the Hellespont into Asia Minor, defeating Persian forces at the Granicus River, Issus, and finally at Gaugamela in 331 BCE, where he broke the back of Persian resistance and claimed the title of King of Asia. Not content with conquering the Persian Empire, Alexander pushed eastward into regions unknown to the Greeks, reaching as far as the Indus River in modern-day Pakistan. He founded dozens of cities bearing his name, the most famous being Alexandria in Egypt, and spread Greek culture and language throughout the Near East, initiating what historians call the Hellenistic Age. By the time of his death, he had created an empire spanning 3 continents and had changed the course of history forever. What makes Daniel's prophecy so remarkable is that it not only predicted Alexander's unprecedented rise, but also the manner of his fall and the fate of his empire. The text states that at the height of the goat's power, its large horn would be broken off, an apt description of Alexander's sudden death at the peak of his conquests. More impressively, it predicted that 4 kingdoms would emerge from his empire, but not with the same power. After Alexander's death, his empire indeed fractured exactly as Daniel had foretold. Initially, there was an attempt to keep the empire united under Alexander's half-brother Philip Orhidius and his posthumous son, Alexander IV. But both were eventually murdered, and by 301 BCE, after the Battle of Ipsus, the empire had been divided among 4 of Alexander's generals, just as the prophecy had predicted. Cassander took control of Macedon and Greece. Lysimachus ruled Thrace and much of Asia Minor. Seleucus claimed Syria, Babylon, and the eastern territories stretching toward India. Ptolemy established his dynasty in Egypt. These 4 kingdoms, known as the Diadochi or successors, dominated the Hellenistic world for generations. But as Daniel had predicted, none possessed the power or extent of Alexander's original empire. The specificity of this prophecy is what makes it so compelling. It wasn't merely a vague prediction that empires rise and fall, but a detailed description of how a Greek conqueror would defeat Persia, establish a vast empire, die suddenly, and have his territories divided into 4 parts. For this to be written during the Babylonian or early Persian period, when Greece was a collection of fractious city-states far from the center of world power, shows either remarkable political foresight or something more. Some scholars argue that the author of Daniel was simply describing events of his own time, retroactively presented as prophecy. They point to similarities between parts of Daniel and events during the reign of Antiochus, the 4th Epiphanes, a Seleucid ruler who persecuted the Jews around 167 BCE. However, this doesn't explain how the author could have so accurately described the rise and fall of Alexander and the division of his empire, events that had already occurred by that time, but which had no precedent when Daniel was supposedly written. Others suggest that the book of Daniel contains genuine predictive prophecy, divinely inspired insights into events that would unfold centuries later. They point to the remarkable accuracy of the predictions, the specificity of details like the 4-fold division of Alexander's empire, and the inclusion of Daniel in ancient texts that predated these events. Regardless of one's perspective on the prophetic nature of the text, what's undeniable is the extraordinary correspondence between Daniel's vision and the actual historical events surrounding Alexander the Great. The prophecy described, centuries in advance, one of history's most unexpected and significant political transformations, the rise of a Greek empire that would topple the seemingly invincible Persian superpower. Perhaps what's most fascinating about this prophecy is how it captures the essence of Alexander's legacy. His conquests fundamentally altered the course of history, spreading Greek culture, language, and ideas throughout the Near East, and creating the cosmopolitan Hellenistic world that would later be absorbed by Rome. Yet his empire itself proved fragile, unable to survive his premature death. The 4 kingdoms that emerged from its fragmentation shaped the political landscape of the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East for centuries, creating the world into which Christianity would eventually emerge. Today, Alexander remains one of history's most enigmatic and influential figures, a man whose ambitions and achievements seem almost superhuman. Modern historians continue to debate his motives, methods, and legacy. Was he a visionary who sought to unite East and West into a single world culture, or a ruthless conqueror driven by an insatiable thirst for glory? Was his early death a tragedy that prevented the full realization of his dreams, or did it save the world from the excesses of his ambition? What we do know is that his story was somehow foreseen, with remarkable accuracy, by a Jewish prophet writing centuries before Alexander drew his first breath. The prophecy of Daniel chapter 8 stands as one of history's most precise and detailed predictive texts, describing not just the broad outlines but specific details of how a young Macedonian would change the world, only to have his empire divided after his untimely death. As we reflect on this extraordinary correspondence between prophecy and history, we're left with a profound sense of the mysterious ways in which the past sometimes seems to reach forward, touching the future with uncanny precision. Whether through divine inspiration or remarkable political insight, the author of Daniel glimpsed a truth that would take centuries to unfold, but which history would eventually validate in the most dramatic way possible: the rise and fall of Alexander the Great, one of history's most unlikely and transformative figures. Throughout the ancient world, prophecies shaped the course of nations, but few have been as meticulously documented and dramatically fulfilled as the prophecy of the Jewish diaspora. Long before it happened, the scattering of the Jewish people across the globe was foretold in remarkable detail. This wasn't a vague prediction, but a startlingly specific forecast of events that would unfold over thousands of years, continuing even into modern times. The prophecy appears in Deuteronomy, the 5th book of the Torah, believed to have been written around the 13th century BCE. In chapters 28 and 29, Moses delivers a series of blessings and curses to the Israelites. Among these is a chilling warning of what would happen if they abandoned their covenant with God. The text describes how the Jewish people would be scattered among all peoples, from one end of the earth to the other. It wasn't just predicting a simple exile, but a global dispersion across continents and throughout nations, in a way that was virtually unprecedented in the ancient world. What makes this prophecy so remarkable is the level of detail it contains. Deuteronomy doesn't just predict exile, it describes the conditions the Jewish people would face. Among those nations you shall find no ease, and there shall be no rest for the sole of your foot. It speaks of persecution, anxiety, and a constant sense of uncertainty that would follow them. The text even mentions that they would be forced to worship other gods, referring to the forced conversions many Jews would face throughout history. But how did this ancient prophecy actually unfold in historical reality? The first stage began with the Assyrian conquest in 722 BCE, when the northern kingdom of Israel was overrun, and many Israelites were forcibly relocated throughout the Assyrian Empire. This was followed by an even more significant event in 586 BCE, when Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon conquered Jerusalem, destroyed the first temple, and exiled much of the population to Babylon. Though many Jews returned after the Persian conquest of Babylon, allowing them to rebuild the temple, the Jewish population had already begun to spread throughout the Middle East. But the most dramatic fulfillment of the diaspora prophecy came with the Roman destruction of Jerusalem in 70 CE, after a failed Jewish revolt. The Romans demolished the Second Temple, banned Jews from Jerusalem, and began a systematic program of dispersion. What followed was exactly as Deuteronomy had predicted. Jewish communities formed across North Africa, throughout the Middle East, into Persia, and across the Roman Empire. By the early medieval period, Jewish populations could be found from Spain to India, precisely as the prophecy had described, scattered from one end of the earth to the other. The prophecy's accuracy extends beyond just geographic dispersion. Deuteronomy predicted that during this exile, the Jewish people would face persecution, another aspect that history has tragically confirmed. From the massacres during the Crusades to the expulsion from England in 1290, from the Spanish Inquisition to the pogroms of Eastern Europe, the Jewish people experienced exactly the kind of hostility and lack of rest that the ancient text had foretold. Perhaps most remarkable was the prophecy that despite this worldwide scattering, the Jewish people would maintain their distinct identity. Unlike other ancient peoples who were conquered and assimilated to the point of disappearance, the Jews retained their traditions, laws, and sense of peoplehood across millennia and continents. Deuteronomy promised that even in exile, God would not forget his covenant with Israel, a promise that seems fulfilled in the extraordinary preservation of Jewish identity despite overwhelming forces of assimilation. The prophecy contains another element that many scholars find particularly compelling: the prediction of an eventual return. Deuteronomy speaks of a time when God would gather you again from all the peoples and bring the Jewish people back to their ancestral homeland. For nearly 2,000 years, this aspect of the prophecy seemed impossible to fulfill. Yet the establishment of the modern state of Israel in 1948 marked what many see as the completion of this ancient prediction. What are we to make of this remarkable correlation between prophecy and historical events? Skeptics might argue that the texts of Deuteronomy were edited later to match historical events, but archaeological evidence and textual analysis have consistently supported the antiquity of these writings. The Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered in 1947, contained texts of Deuteronomy dating to before the Common Era, proving these prophecies predated many of the events they described. Others suggest that the prophecies were self-fulfilling, that the Jewish people, familiar with these texts, unconsciously acted to bring them about. But this explanation fails to account for external factors entirely beyond Jewish control, such as Roman imperial policy or medieval European persecution, which drove the diaspora forward exactly as predicted. The accuracy of the diaspora prophecy raises profound questions about history, fate, and the nature of time itself. How could writers from over 3,000 years ago predict events that would unfold across millennia with such precision? Was it divine foresight, as religious traditions would claim, or something else entirely? The question remains unanswered, hanging in the air like an ancient riddle. What we do know is that one of the oldest written prophecies in human history described the future of a people with uncanny accuracy. The Jewish diaspora stands as perhaps the most well-documented and longest-running fulfillment of prophecy in the historical record. From ancient Mesopotamia to medieval Europe to modern America, the scattering and preservation of the Jewish people followed the exact pattern laid out thousands of years before in the deserts of Sinai. Most intriguing of all is what this might suggest about other prophecies scattered throughout ancient texts. If the diaspora prophecy could prove so accurate across such vast stretches of time, what other predictions might be slowly unfolding around us even now, their fulfillment measured not in years but in centuries or millennia? The Jewish diaspora prophecy challenges our understanding of history and time. It forces us to consider whether there are patterns and forces at work beyond what our everyday perception can grasp. Perhaps in the fading light of ancient texts, we catch glimpses of truths that transcend our limited understanding of cause and effect, past and future, prophecy and fulfillment. Long before the small town of Bethlehem witnessed the birth that would divide history into before and after, the ancient scrolls of Hebrew prophets had already told the story. Centuries before the events unfolded, details of a coming Messiah were recorded with such precision that they read less like predictions and more like history written in advance. The prophecies concerning Jesus of Nazareth represent one of history's most remarkable cases of prophetic fulfillment, a tapestry of predictions woven across centuries that came together in the life of a single man. The story begins with prophecies written between 700 and 400 years before the Common Era, scattered throughout multiple books of the Hebrew Scriptures. Unlike many ancient prophecies that rely on vague language and multiple interpretations, these predictions about the coming Messiah included specific details about his birth, life, death, and legacy that would be nearly impossible to engineer or manipulate. The prophet Micah, writing around 700 BCE, pinpointed the exact location of the Messiah's birth with startling precision. "But you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, though you are small among the clans of Judah, out of you will come for me one who will be ruler over Israel, whose origins are from of old, from ancient times." Bethlehem was a tiny, insignificant village, making this an unlikely prediction. Yet according to the Gospel accounts, circumstances aligned in unexpected ways to bring Mary and Joseph to this precise location for Jesus' birth, fulfilling Micah's ancient words. Isaiah, another Hebrew prophet writing around 700 BCE, described the Messiah's birth with another remarkable detail. "Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, and will call him Emmanuel." The miraculous nature of this birth would become a central tenet of Christian belief, as recounted in the gospel narratives written centuries after Isaiah's prophecy. But the prophecies went far beyond birth circumstances. The ancient texts painted a complex portrait of this coming figure, one that seemed paradoxical at times. He would be a king in the line of David, yet he would enter Jerusalem humble and riding on a donkey, as described by the prophet Zechariah. He would be rejected by his own people, yet become a light for the Gentiles, according to Isaiah. He would perform miracles of healing, but ultimately face a violent death. Perhaps the most detailed and haunting prophecy appears in Isaiah chapter 53, written approximately 7 centuries before Jesus lived. This passage describes a suffering servant who would be despised and rejected by mankind, a man of suffering, familiar with pain. The text continues with details that Christians would later see as a precise description of crucifixion. "They pierced my hands and my feet," declares Psalm 22, written approximately 1,000 years before this method of execution was practiced in Judea. Isaiah 53 goes further, explaining the purpose behind this suffering. "He was pierced for our transgressions, he was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed." This concept of vicarious atonement, one person suffering to bring redemption for others, would become the cornerstone of Christian theology, yet it appeared in Hebrew texts centuries before Jesus' crucifixion. The prophecies even extend to specific details of the crucifixion itself. Psalm 22, attributed to King David around 1000 BCE, contains the line, "They divide my clothes among them and cast lots for my garment," precisely what Roman soldiers did at the foot of the cross according to gospel accounts. The same psalm opens with the words, my God, why have you forsaken me?" The very phrase Jesus cried out during his final moments according to Matthew and Mark. What makes these prophecies particularly compelling is not just their specificity, but their distribution across time and authors. They appear in texts written by multiple prophets over a span of centuries, yet come together to form a coherent narrative that Christians see perfectly fulfilled in the life of Jesus. This eliminates the possibility that a single author could have fabricated the entire prophecy framework. Skeptics have proposed various explanations for these apparent fulfillments. Some suggest the gospel writers artificially constructed their narratives to match the ancient prophecies, essentially creating a story that aligned with existing expectations. However, this theory struggles to account for the public nature of Jesus' ministry and execution, events witnessed by thousands in Jerusalem, making wholesale fabrication difficult. Others point to the possibility of self-fulfillment, that Jesus, familiar with these prophecies, deliberately acted to fulfill them. Yet this explanation fails to account for circumstances entirely beyond his control, such as his birthplace or the actions of his executioners. One of the most remarkable aspects of these messianic prophecies is their dual nature, simultaneously predicting a suffering servant and a conquering king. This apparent contradiction confused many scholars of the time, with some proposing there would be 2 different messiahs. The Christian understanding resolves this tension by pointing to Jesus' first coming as the suffering servant and his promised return as the triumphant king, a future fulfillment still awaited by believers. Whether viewed through the lens of faith or historical analysis, the alignment between ancient Hebrew prophecies and the life of Jesus of Nazareth represents one of history's most intriguing cases of prophetic fulfillment. The sheer number of specific details predicted, from birth location to death method, from being betrayed for 30 pieces of silver to rising on the third day, creates a statistical improbability that has fascinated scholars for centuries. Beyond the question of how these prophecies came to be fulfilled lies the more profound question of their purpose. According to Christian theology, these predictions were not merely to demonstrate supernatural foreknowledge, but to help identify the Messiah when he appeared. Jesus himself reportedly said, "This is what I told you while I was still with you. Everything must be fulfilled that is written about me in the law of Moses, the prophets, and the Psalms." As with all fulfilled prophecies, the messianic predictions challenge our understanding of time, causality, and the limits of human knowledge. How could multiple authors across centuries predict events with such specificity? Was it divine revelation, extraordinary insight, or something else entirely? Whatever explanation one accepts, the historical impact is undeniable. A movement that began with a small group of Jewish followers claiming their teacher had fulfilled ancient prophecies now encompasses more than 2 billion adherents worldwide. The prophecies themselves, written on ancient scrolls in a Middle Eastern desert, have shaped the spiritual landscape of continents unknown to their authors. The messianic prophecies remain perhaps the most studied and debated predictions in human history. Their fulfillment in the life of a single individual defies conventional explanation and continues to inspire faith and wonder more than 2,000 years after the events they described. In the quiet fields of Bethlehem, the ancient words of prophets echoed across time, finding their fulfillment in ways that would forever alter the course of human history. In the shadows of Babylonian captivity, an exiled Jewish prophet received a series of visions so accurate in their prediction of future empires that skeptics have spent centuries arguing they must have been written after the events they described. These prophecies, attributed to Daniel in the 6th century BCE, outlined with remarkable precision the rise and characteristics of 4 successive world empires, culminating in the most powerful of them all, Rome. This extraordinary forecast of geopolitical events centuries before they unfolded stands as one of history's most compelling examples of fulfilled prophecy. The prophecy appears in multiple forms throughout the book of Daniel, most vividly in chapter 2, where King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon dreams of a massive statue with a head of gold, chest and arms of silver, belly and thighs of bronze, legs of iron, and feet partly of iron and partly of clay. Daniel interprets this as representing 4 successive kingdoms, beginning with Babylon itself. In chapter 7, these same 4 kingdoms appear again in a vision of 4 beasts rising from the sea, each with distinct characteristics matching the empires they symbolized. What makes this prophecy extraordinary is not just its accuracy in predicting which empires would rise, but the specific details about their nature, characteristics, and transitions of power. Daniel describes the first kingdom, Babylon, as the head of gold and a lion with eagle's wings, imagery perfectly matching Babylon's imperial symbol and its status as the wealthiest empire of its time. The prophecy then describes a second kingdom, represented by a bear raised up on one side with 3 ribs in its mouth, and by the silver chest and arms of the statue. This precisely matches the Medo-Persian Empire that conquered Babylon in 539 BCE. The detail of the bear raised on one side corresponds to the Persians becoming the dominant partner in the initially dual empire, while the 3 ribs represent their 3 major conquests: Lydia, Babylon, and Egypt. The third kingdom in Daniel's vision appears as a leopard with 4 wings and 4 heads, and as the bronze belly and thighs of the statue. Daniel explicitly states this kingdom would rule over the whole earth, a perfect description of Alexander the Great's Greek Empire that conquered the Persian Empire with unprecedented speed, hence the leopard with wings. After Alexander's death, his empire split into 4 major divisions under his generals, precisely matching the 4 heads of the leopard. But it's the 4th kingdom that represents Daniel's most astonishing prediction, an empire described as different from all the others, and terrifying and frightening and very powerful, with large iron teeth that crushed and devoured its victims and trampled underfoot whatever was left. This kingdom is represented by the statue's legs of iron, and in the vision as a terrifying beast with iron teeth and 10 horns. Historians universally recognize this as describing the Roman Empire, which indeed differed from previous empires in fundamental ways. While earlier empires generally allowed conquered peoples to maintain their cultures and religions, Rome actively spread its language, law, and customs throughout its territories, crushing resistance with unprecedented brutality. The iron teeth perfectly symbolize both Rome's strength and its primary advantage, the iron weapons of its legions, technologically superior to the bronze used by earlier armies. The prophecy contains specific details about Rome that make the identification unmistakable. Daniel describes it as an empire that will crush and break all the others, precisely what Rome did by absorbing territories of all 3 previous empires. He describes it as exceptionally strong like iron, but also notes that the feet and toes were partly of baked clay and partly of iron, so that this kingdom will be partly strong and partly brittle. An eerily accurate description of Rome's later years, when internal divisions weakened its once unbreakable might. Most remarkably, Daniel predicts specific political developments within this 4th empire. The 10 horns on the beast and the 10 toes of the statue are widely interpreted as representing the divisions of the Roman Empire in its later phase. Indeed, as the Western Roman Empire collapsed, it fragmented into precisely the kind of divided state the prophecy described, strong in some regions, weak in others, and never again achieving its former unity despite numerous attempts to restore imperial glory. What makes this prophecy particularly compelling is its historical context. Daniel supposedly recorded these visions during the Babylonian Empire, long before the rise of Rome or even before Rome was anything more than a minor city-state on the Italian peninsula. At the time these prophecies were allegedly written, Rome had not yet even conquered all of Italy, let alone become a Mediterranean power capable of defeating Carthage, Greece, and eventually the entire Middle East. Skeptics have argued that the Book of Daniel must have been written much later during the Greek period to explain its accuracy. However, copies of Daniel were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls dating to well before Rome had conquered Judea, proving the prophecies predated Rome's emergence as the dominant world power. Furthermore, the earliest Greek translation of Daniel, the Septuagint, was produced in the 2nd century BCE, again before Rome's conquest of the eastern Mediterranean. Even if one accepts a later date for Daniel's authorship during the Greek period, the detailed description of Rome's characteristics, its eventual division, and its differences from previous empires would still represent a remarkable feat of political forecasting. No other document from the ancient world so accurately predicted the distinctive nature of Roman power and its lasting impact on world history. The prophecy of the 4th kingdom goes beyond merely predicting Rome's rise. It captures essential qualities that made Rome unique among ancient empires: its exceptional strength combined with internal brittleness, its ruthless efficiency in crushing opposition, its unprecedented territorial reach, and its eventual fragmentation. These aren't vague descriptions that could apply to any empire. They are specific characteristics that distinctively marked Roman civilization. Perhaps most intriguing is what the prophecy suggests about the future after Rome. Daniel indicates that during the time of the divided kingdom, the feet of iron mixed with clay, another kingdom would arise, described as a rock cut out of a mountain but not by human hands, which would strike the statue and become a huge mountain that filled the whole earth. This kingdom, Daniel says, will never be destroyed and will itself endure forever. Many scholars interpret this as predicting the spread of monotheistic religion throughout the former Roman territories, precisely what occurred with the rise of Christianity and later Islam across the regions once ruled by Rome. The prophecy suggests this spiritual kingdom would arise during the Roman period, but would outlast it and eventually supersede all earthly powers, an interpretation that aligns remarkably well with historical developments over the past 2 millennia. As we reflect on Daniel's extraordinary vision of 4 kingdoms, we're confronted with the same questions that all accurate prophecies raise. How did he know? Was it divine revelation, political insight, or something else entirely? Whatever the explanation, the fact remains that an ancient text predicted the rise, nature, and fall of empires centuries before they occurred, with a degree of accuracy that continues to confound skeptical explanations. The prophecy of Rome reminds us that the rise and fall of empires may appear random in the moment, but often follows patterns discernible to those with sufficient insight or inspiration. In these ancient visions, we glimpse the possibility that history's seemingly chaotic flow might contain hidden order, patterns waiting to be recognized by those with eyes to see them. In the dense pre-dawn fog of September 2nd, 1666, a small fire ignited in a bakery on Pudding Lane in London. What began as a minor incident quickly spiraled into one of history's most devastating urban conflagrations, consuming over 13,000 homes, 87 parish churches, and most of London's governmental buildings. The Great Fire of London raged for 4 days, destroying 80% of the city within the old Roman walls. What makes this catastrophe particularly eerie is that it appears to have been predicted with unsettling specificity over 100 years before it happened by a woman known as Mother Shipton. Born Ursula Southill around 1488 in a cave along the River Nid in Yorkshire, Mother Shipton would become England's most famous prophetess, leaving behind predictions that have continued to fascinate and disturb people for centuries. According to historical accounts, Mother Shipton was born severely disfigured, with a twisted body and features so unusual that locals believed she was the daughter of the devil himself. Despite her appearance, or perhaps because of it, she developed a reputation for extraordinary psychic abilities from an early age. As an adult, she began making prophecies about the future of England and the world, many of which were recorded and circulated during her lifetime. Among her most famous predictions was one that seemed to precisely describe the Great Fire of London, the great old city that is full of riches and stores, in less than 6 hours shall be turned to ashes and no more. In another verse, she reportedly specified, and many disasters will come to pass in the year of 1, 6, and 3 sixes. The numerical specificity is particularly striking. The year 1666 has long been associated with apocalyptic significance due to its inclusion of 666, the number of the beast in biblical prophecy. That the Great Fire would indeed occur in precisely this year, consuming most of London in less than the 6 hours she specified, strikes many as too precise to be coincidental. What makes Mother Shipton's prediction even more compelling is that it came at a time when London had experienced no major fires for centuries. The city's vulnerability to fire was not widely recognized until after the 1666 disaster. Yet Mother Shipton seems to have foreseen not just the possibility of fire, but its devastating scope and the specific time frame in which it would occur. Her prophecy contains another element that proved accurate, the implication that the disaster would lead to renewal. Following the fire, London was rebuilt according to improved standards with wider streets, brick and stone construction replacing timber, and better sanitation systems. This transformative rebuilding effort, led by architect Christopher Wren, created the foundation for London's emergence as a modern city. The Great Fire prophecy wasn't Mother Shipton's only accurate prediction. She allegedly foretold the dissolution of the monasteries under Henry VIII, the defeat of the Spanish Armada during Elizabeth I's reign, and even the execution of Mary, Queen of Scots. These events occurred decades after her death in 1561, yet contemporary accounts suggest her prophecies regarding them were widely known before they happened. Skeptics have raised valid questions about Mother Shipton's prophecies. The earliest surviving published collection of her predictions dates from 1641, 80 years after her death, leaving room for later additions or modifications. Some scholars suggest that certain prophecies, including the Great Fire prediction, may have been attributed to her after events occurred to enhance her mystique. However, historical evidence suggests that Mother Shipton's reputation as a prophetess was well established during her lifetime, with contemporary accounts mentioning her predictions years before the events they described. Cardinal Thomas Wolsey, the powerful advisor to Henry VIII, reportedly sent emissaries to question her after she predicted his downfall, a prophecy that proved accurate when Wolsey fell from power in 1529. The 16th century chronicler Richard Head wrote extensive accounts of Mother Shipton, describing how nobles and commoners alike sought her counsel regarding future events. While some embellishment undoubtedly occurred over the centuries, the core of her prophetic reputation appears genuinely contemporary with her life, rather than entirely fabricated afterward. What makes the Great Fire prophecy particularly difficult to dismiss is its specificity. General predictions about disasters or changes in fortune could apply to numerous events, but the combination of a massive fire, the destruction of London specifically, and the exact year 1666 creates a prophecy with far fewer potential fulfillments. Whether one believes Mother Shipton had genuine prophetic abilities or simply made educated guesses that coincidentally proved accurate, her predictions raise the same fascinating questions as other fulfilled prophecies throughout history. How can future events be known before they occur? Is it possible for certain individuals to perceive patterns or trajectories invisible to others? Some historians suggest Mother Shipton may have possessed exceptional observational skills and political insight rather than supernatural abilities. London's overcrowded wooden buildings and narrow streets created conditions where a major fire was perhaps inevitable. The specific year 1666 might have been chosen for its apocalyptic associations rather than through divine foreknowledge. Yet this explanation struggles to account for the precision of the prediction and its timing over a century before the event. Others point to the possibility that Mother Shipton tapped into collective unconscious fears or recognized cyclical patterns in history that suggested when disasters might be more likely. Ancient societies from the Mayans to the Chinese developed sophisticated systems for predicting cycles of nature and human events, suggesting that prophecy might sometimes represent advanced pattern recognition rather than supernatural revelation. Whatever the explanation, the Mother Shipton prophecies remind us that the boundaries between superstition and insight, between coincidence and causality, are often blurrier than rationalists might prefer. Throughout history, individuals have emerged who seemed to perceive what others could not, who recognized dangers or opportunities long before they became apparent to the majority. The Great Fire of London stands as one of history's most devastating urban disasters, but also as one of its most thoroughly prophesied. That a disfigured woman from a Yorkshire cave could apparently foresee its exact timing and scale a century in advance challenges conventional understandings of time, knowledge, and possibility. The case of Mother Shipton forces us to consider that prophecy might exist in many forms, sometimes as divine revelation, sometimes as extraordinary human insight, and sometimes as a mysterious blending of perception and intuition that science has yet to fully explain. Her predictions about the Great Fire remind us that history contains mysteries that continue to elude our full understanding, patterns and connections that suggest our linear conception of time may be more limited than we realize. As the flames consumed London on that September day in 1666, they seemed to illuminate not just the city's buildings but a truth about prophecy itself, that the future occasionally casts shadows visible to those with eyes to see them, that time's boundaries are perhaps more permeable than we typically believe. In Mother Shipton's eerie prediction, we glimpse the possibility that certain individuals throughout history have possessed the ability to perceive what lies beyond the veil of present reality, offering us tantalizing hints of connections between past, present, and future that we are only beginning to understand. There are moments in history where the impossible seems to unfold exactly as foretold. Ancient words, written centuries before events occur, that somehow capture the precise details of what is to come. These aren't vague predictions or lucky guesses. These are specific prophecies that defy explanation, that challenge what we know about time itself. Among these mysterious forecasts of the future, few are as compelling as the prophecies that appear to have foretold the coming of the Islamic Prophet Muhammad. Long before Muhammad was born in Mecca around the year 570, ancient texts from different traditions seem to have described his arrival with uncanny accuracy. These prophecies aren't hidden in obscure manuscripts or recently discovered texts. They appear in some of the most widely read religious scriptures in human history, visible for anyone who knows where to look. But how accurate are these predictions really? And if they truly foretold the coming of Islam's prophet, what might this tell us about the nature of prophecy itself? Perhaps the most famous of these prophecies comes from the Hebrew Bible, specifically from the book of Deuteronomy. In chapter 18, verses 18 through 19, God speaks to Moses saying, "I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their brothers. I will put my words in his mouth, and he will tell them everything I command him. If anyone does not listen to my words that the prophet speaks in my name, I myself will call him to account." For many Muslim scholars, this is a clear reference to Muhammad, who, like Moses, was a lawgiver, a leader of his people, and a prophet who received divine revelations. Critics argue this passage was referring to Joshua or other Hebrew prophets, but Muhammad's followers point to key details that align perfectly with their prophet. Unlike the Israelite prophets, Muhammad came from the line of Ishmael, who was indeed a brother to the Israelites through Abraham. Additionally, the Quran itself describes Muhammad as unlettered, someone who did not read or write himself but spoke the words God put in his mouth. The parallels are striking for those who study the texts carefully. But the prophecies don't end there. The book of Isaiah contains another passage that has captivated scholars for generations. In chapter 42, verses 1 through 4, it describes a servant of God who will bring justice to the nations, who will not falter until he establishes justice on earth, and whose law the islands will await. While Christians traditionally interpret this as referring to Jesus, Muslims note that Muhammad literally established God's law across vast territories and islands, creating a system of justice that transformed the Arabian Peninsula and beyond. Then there's the intriguing prophecy from the Song of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 16. In the original Hebrew text, the word used is machmedim, phonetically similar to Muhammad, and translated as altogether lovely or delightful. Some scholars suggest this isn't just a descriptive term, but an actual name hidden in plain sight for centuries before Muhammad's birth. Even more compelling are the words attributed to Jesus himself in the Gospel of John, chapters 14 through 16, where he speaks of the coming of the Paraclete, Comforter, or Advocate who will come after him. Jesus says, "When the Advocate comes, whom I will send to you from the Father, the Spirit of truth who goes out from the Father, he will testify about me." While Christians interpret this as referring to the Holy Spirit, Muslim scholars point out that the description matches Muhammad's role perfectly. He testified about Jesus, acknowledged his miraculous birth, and affirmed his status as a messenger of God. What makes these prophecies particularly fascinating is how they span different religious traditions, appearing in texts that were well-established centuries before Muhammad's birth in 570. The Dead Sea Scrolls, dated to at least 200 years before Christ, contain many of these prophecies, ruling out the possibility that they were added later to retroactively fit Muhammad. Beyond the Judeo-Christian traditions, Persian Zoroastrian texts also contain what appear to be prophecies about Muhammad. The Dasatir, an ancient Persian text, speaks of a man who would come from Arabia, establish a new faith, and abolish the worship of idols. This description aligns perfectly with Muhammad's life mission, as he transformed Mecca from a center of polytheistic worship to the heartland of monotheistic Islam. There are even indications from Hindu scriptures that seem to describe Muhammad. In the Bhavishya Purana, there are passages that describe a future teacher named Muhammad, who would appear in a foreign land. The text speaks of him as a spiritual reformer who would cleanse religious practices of their impurities, precisely what Muhammad did by restoring pure monotheism according to Islamic tradition. What makes these prophecies particularly compelling is their specificity. Many ancient predictions are vague enough to fit numerous historical figures, but several of these describe details unique to Muhammad: his geographic origin in Arabia, his lineage through Ishmael, his role as both spiritual and political leader, and even phonetic similarities to his actual name. Of course, skeptics have their explanations. Some suggest these are merely coincidences, cases where vague prophecies have been retrofitted to match Muhammad's life. Others propose that early Muslim scholars deliberately interpreted these texts to legitimize their new faith by connecting it to established traditions. There are also questions about translations, context, and whether some texts might have been subtly altered over time. Yet the persistence of these prophecies across different cultural and religious traditions remains difficult to explain away entirely. If these truly were predictions of Muhammad's coming, what does that tell us about the nature of prophecy itself? Is it possible that individuals throughout history have somehow glimpsed through the veil of time, seeing events that had not yet occurred? Or might there be some greater design to history itself? Some pattern that becomes visible only when we step back far enough to see it. The mystery deepens when we consider how these prophecies not only predicted a person, but an entire religious movement that would transform the world. Today, nearly 2 billion people follow the teachings that began with Muhammad. Islam has shaped cultures, empires, art, science, and philosophy across vast regions of the globe for over 14 centuries. If ancient seers truly glimpsed this future, they witnessed not just the birth of a prophet, but the emergence of one of history's most influential spiritual traditions. What's particularly fascinating is how these prophecies often come from traditions that would later view themselves as distinct from Islam. The same Hebrew scriptures that Jews and Christians revere appear to contain descriptions of a prophet they don't recognize as their own. This creates a strange historical irony: sacred texts potentially predicting the rise of what would become, in some ways, a competing religious tradition. For Muslims, these prophecies serve as powerful confirmation that Muhammad was not just another historical figure, but the fulfillment of divine promises made centuries before his birth. They see in these ancient words evidence that Muhammad's coming was part of a grand design, the culmination of prophecies told across different cultures and languages. Whether one accepts these interpretations or not, the prophecies themselves remain historical curiosities that continue to fascinate scholars, theologians, and anyone interested in the mysteries of prediction and fulfillment. They challenge us to consider how knowledge of future events might be transmitted across centuries, preserved in texts read by millions who didn't recognize what was hiding in plain sight until events had already unfolded. The prophecies of Muhammad remind us that history itself is often stranger and more mysterious than we imagine. Our neat, rational explanations sometimes fail to account for the uncanny ways in which the past seems to have known the future. In a world where we pride ourselves on scientific understanding and technological advancement, these ancient predictions stand as humbling reminders that there may still be aspects of reality that defy our modern explanations. As we ponder these prophecies, we're left with questions that may never be fully answered. Were these truly divine revelations about a future prophet? Were they remarkable coincidences that only appear significant in retrospect? Or is there some deeper pattern to history that we've only begun to understand? Whatever the answer, the prophecies that seem to foretell Muhammad's coming remain one of history's most compelling mysteries. Ancient words that reached across time to describe a future that would change the world forever. There's something chilling about reading words written centuries ago that describe events yet to unfold with perfect clarity. It's as if time itself becomes transparent, allowing certain individuals to peer through the veil separating past from future. One of history's most remarkable examples of this mysterious foresight concerns the Ottoman Empire, a dominion so vast and powerful that for centuries it seemed eternal, unconquerable. Yet hidden within ancient Islamic texts lay prophecies that not only predicted this mighty empire's collapse, but described with eerie precision how it would happen, when it would happen, and what would follow in its wake. These aren't vague, fortune cookie predictions, but detailed forecasts that align with historical events in ways that continue to perplex historians and scholars to this day. The Ottoman Empire stood as one of history's most enduring powers, stretching across 3 continents at its height and lasting over 600 years. From 1300 until the early 20th century, the Ottomans controlled vast territories spanning southeastern Europe, Western Asia, and North Africa. They ruled from Constantinople, which they renamed Istanbul, presiding over diverse populations of Muslims, Christians, and Jews. The sultans commanded formidable armies and navies, built architectural marvels, and established sophisticated systems of governance. For centuries, the Ottoman Empire appeared unshakable, an immovable fixture of the global order. Yet within Islamic prophetic literature, particularly hadith collections that record the sayings and actions of Prophet Muhammad, we find what seem to be clear predictions about this empire's eventual downfall. The most famous of these comes from a collection by Imam Ahmed ibn Hanbal, who died in 855, centuries before the Ottoman Empire reached its peak. In it, Prophet Muhammad reportedly said, "Constantinople shall be conquered. How excellent a commander will that conqueror be, and how excellent an army will that army be." This first part of the prophecy was fulfilled when Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II conquered Constantinople in 1453. But the prophecy continues with something far more ominous. Then Constantinople shall be conquered again, from the other side. This second conquest, many scholars believe, refers to the Allied occupation of Istanbul following World War I and the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. What makes this particularly remarkable is that at the time this hadith was recorded, the very idea of Constantinople falling to Muslim forces seemed impossible. The city had withstood numerous sieges and was considered impregnable. The additional prediction that it would later fall from the other side describes precisely what happened nearly 1,000 years later. Another striking prophetic text appears in the collection of hadith by Muslim Ibn al-Hajjaj, who died in 875. In it, Prophet Muhammad is quoted as saying, "The hour will not come until the Romans land at Alamak or Dabik." Dabik is a town in northern Syria that held special significance in Islamic eschatology. Incredibly, during World War I, some of the decisive battles that led to the Ottoman Empire's collapse were fought near this very region as British and Arab forces advanced against Ottoman positions. What's particularly chilling about these prophecies is their specificity. They don't merely predict that a great empire would someday fall. History is filled with the rise and fall of empires. Instead, they name specific locations and describe particular sequences of events that would unfold in a precise order. The prophecies even seem to capture the essence of how the empire would dissolve, not through a single catastrophic defeat, but through a gradual process of losing territories and influence. Another prophetic tradition, recorded by Abu Dawud, who died in 889, quotes Muhammad as saying, "The hour will not come until the land of the Arabs once again becomes meadows and rivers." This was interpreted by many scholars as predicting the fall of Ottoman control over Arab lands and their return to prosperity. Indeed, the collapse of the Ottoman Empire led to the emergence of independent Arab states, and regions once governed from Istanbul began charting their own courses. Perhaps the most precise prophecy comes from the collection of Imam al-Tirmidhi, who died in 892. It describes a sequence of events that would unfold. When you see that the caliphate has descended upon the Holy Land, then the earthquakes and tribulations and great matters are at hand, and the hour on that day is nearer to people than this hand of mine to my head. The descent of the caliphate upon the Holy Land is interpreted by many scholars as referring to the Ottoman decision to move significant administrative functions to Jerusalem and other parts of Palestine during their final decades. Precisely what happened as the empire began losing its European territories and concentrating more on its Middle Eastern holdings. What makes these prophecies particularly remarkable is that they were recorded during the 9th century, when the Ottoman Empire didn't even exist and wouldn't rise to prominence for another 400 years. Yet they seem to track not just the empire's eventual emergence, but its specific pattern of decline and collapse nearly a millennium later. The Ottoman Empire's fall wasn't sudden, but unfolded over a prolonged period that historians call the long 19th century. It began with military defeats and territorial losses to European powers, continued with internal reforms that paradoxically weakened traditional power structures, and culminated in the catastrophic decision to join Germany in World War I. The once mighty empire was dismantled by the Treaty of Sevres in 1920, with its territories divided among the victorious Allies. The Sultanate was abolished in 1922, followed by the Caliphate in 1924, ending over 6 centuries of Ottoman rule. What's striking is how closely this pattern of decline aligns with various prophecies that describe not just the fall of a great Muslim power, but the specific sequence of events leading to that fall. Some traditions even seem to predict the rise of secular governance that followed the Ottoman collapse, with Mustafa Kemal Atatürk's establishment of the secular Turkish Republic in 1923. One hadith from the collection of Ibn Majah, who died in 887, describes how the caliphate will be in my community for 30 years, then there will be kingship after that. Many scholars interpret this as predicting the transformation of Islamic governance from the early caliphate model to hereditary monarchies. The prophecy continues to describe how even these kingships would eventually give way to other forms of governance. Precisely what happened when the Ottoman Sultanate was replaced by nationalist republics across the former imperial territories. What are we to make of these prophecies? For believers, they represent divine foreknowledge transmitted through prophetic tradition, evidence that certain individuals throughout history have been granted glimpses of future events. For skeptics, they might be seen as vague predictions that have been retroactively interpreted to match historical developments, or perhaps later additions to the prophetic literature. Yet the specificity of some of these traditions is difficult to dismiss. They name particular places, describe specific sequences of events, and capture the essence of historical developments that wouldn't occur until centuries after they were recorded. The prophecies about the Ottoman Empire's fall are especially compelling because they appear in collections of hadith that were compiled and authenticated centuries before the empire reached its zenith, let alone began its decline. This raises profound questions about the nature of time and foreknowledge. How could individuals in the 9th century have accurately described events that would unfold in the 20th? Is there something about the pattern of history that makes certain developments predictable to those with sufficient insight? Or might there be aspects of reality that allow information to flow not just from past to future, but sometimes in the opposite direction? What makes these prophecies particularly unsettling is their implication that history unfolds according to patterns or plans beyond human understanding. If the fall of the Ottoman Empire was foreseen over 1,000 years before it happened, what else might have been predicted? What current events might be the fulfillment of ancient prophecies we haven't yet recognized? And what future developments might already be written in texts we've been reading for centuries without understanding their full significance? The Ottoman Empire's collapse, foretold in ancient texts with startling accuracy, stands as one of history's most compelling mysteries, a reminder that perhaps the future isn't as unpredictable as we imagine, and that hidden within ancient words might lie glimpses of what is yet to come. Whether divine revelation or remarkable coincidence, these prophecies continue to challenge our understanding of time, history, and the limits of human knowledge. There are moments in history that seem to defy explanation, where the boundary between past and future becomes strangely permeable. The Mayan civilization, with its precise calendars and sophisticated understanding of astronomical cycles, left behind one of history's most puzzling prophecies, the foretelling of their own destruction at the hands of foreign invaders. Long before European ships appeared on the horizon, Mayan priests and scribes recorded prophecies describing with chilling accuracy the coming of pale strangers who would bring their world crashing down. These weren't vague or ambiguous predictions, but detailed descriptions of events that would unfold centuries later, raising profound questions about how an ancient civilization could have foreseen its own downfall with such precision. The Maya were master astronomers and mathematicians who tracked celestial movements with astonishing accuracy. Their civilization flourished across what is now southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador from around 2000 BCE until the arrival of Spanish conquistadors in the 16th century. At their peak between 200 and 900 CE, they built magnificent cities with towering pyramids, developed sophisticated writing and numerical systems, and created calendars capable of tracking time across vast spans. Yet somehow, embedded within their sacred texts and carvings, they left warnings of the catastrophe that would eventually befall them. The most famous of these prophecies appears in the books of Chilambalam, collections of Mayan texts written down after the Spanish Conquest, but preserving much older oral traditions and hieroglyphic records. The name Chilambalam translates to jaguar prophet or interpreter, referring to a renowned oracle priest who lived in Yucatan before the Spanish arrival. In the prophecies attributed to him and other seers, we find descriptions of what many scholars believe foretold the Spanish invasion with uncanny precision. One passage from the book of Chilambalam of Tizimin states, "Eat, eat while there is bread, drink, drink while there is water. A day will come when dust shall darken the sky, when a blight shall wither the land, when a cloud shall arise, when a mountain shall be lifted up, when a strong man shall seize the city, when ruin shall fall upon all things, when the tender leaf shall be destroyed, when eyes shall be closed in death. When there shall be 3 signs on a tree, when above shall come a humming of bees, when the icicle shall be born from the cold, when misery shall be built, when wars shall arise through the breechless foreigners, when there shall be greed and extortion." What makes this prophecy remarkable is not just its general prediction of destruction, but specific details that align precisely with what occurred during the Spanish Conquest. The breechless foreigners accurately describes the Spanish from a Mayan perspective, as European clothing styles were dramatically different from Mayan dress. The dust darkening the sky could refer to the gunpowder weapons used by conquistadors, technology completely unknown in the Americas before European arrival. The blight withering the land aligns disturbingly well with the epidemics of smallpox and other European diseases that decimated native populations after contact. Another prophecy from the Chilambalam speaks even more directly. "At that time there will come the white man beyond the sea. From the east will come his religion. When they arrive, our lives will change," "Prepare, my younger brothers, for a time of subjection." This description not only predicts foreigners arriving from across the ocean to the east, but specifically mentions them bringing a new religion, precisely what happened when Spanish missionaries accompanied the conquistadors and forcibly converted the Maya to Catholicism. The precision continues in other prophetic passages that describe men of the East who would bring a painful tribute and introduce a god who speaks through wood, potentially referring to the heavy taxation imposed by Spanish colonizers and the Catholic crucifixes central to the religion they brought. Some passages even seem to describe the physical appearance of the Spanish, mentioning bearded ones and white lords, striking descriptions of Europeans from a culture that had never encountered them. What makes these prophecies particularly compelling is their specificity. They don't merely predict generic disaster or warfare, which might be dismissed as prudent pessimism or political warnings. Instead, they describe details that would have been impossible to guess without some form of foreknowledge. Strangers coming specifically from the east across the sea, their different appearance, their foreign religion, their strange weapons, and the diseases they would unwittingly bring. In another remarkable passage, the prophecies state, "There shall be a white circle in the sky. The justice of God shall descend from it." Some scholars interpret this as describing solar eclipses that occurred around the time of the Spanish arrival, natural phenomena that the Maya, with their astronomical expertise, could calculate far in advance, and which they associated with significant historical transitions. Even more intriguing are the calendrical predictions. The Maya operated multiple calendrical systems simultaneously, including the long count, which tracked larger cycles of time. According to some interpretations, Mayan calculations specifically predicted major catastrophic changes during the time period that coincided with the Spanish arrival. Their concept of world ages or suns suggested that the transition between these ages would bring profound disruption and transformation. Precisely what occurred when European contact effectively ended the independent Mayan civilization that had endured for millennia. But how could the Maya have known what was coming? How could they have described events centuries in the future with such accuracy? Several theories have been proposed, none entirely satisfactory. Some scholars suggest that the prophecies might not be as old as claimed, that they could be examples of vaticinium ex eventu, or prophecy after the event, where predictions were written after the Spanish conquest but backdated to make them appear prophetic. Yet archaeological evidence and the testimony of early Spanish chroniclers themselves confirm that the Maya had prophetic traditions predating European contact. Missionary Bishop Diego de Landa, who arrived in Yucatan in 1549, wrote that the natives had books containing prophecies that they consulted regularly, books he subsequently ordered burned during his campaign to eradicate pagan practices. Others propose that the prophecies represent the Maya's remarkable skill at pattern recognition and historical analysis. By studying cycles of invasion, warfare, and cultural change in their own past, perhaps Mayan priests projected these patterns forward, anticipating that external threats would eventually arrive. The Maya had experienced previous invasions from other Mesoamerican peoples, most notably influences from central Mexican civilizations like Teotihuacan. Perhaps they understood that no civilization remains isolated forever. More controversial theories suggest the Maya might have had earlier, undocumented contact with European or African visitors before Columbus, giving them some awareness of peoples beyond their known world. While there's little archaeological evidence supporting such pre-Columbian contact, it remains a possibility that temporary interactions could have occurred, providing the Maya with knowledge of other civilizations across the ocean. The most challenging explanation to modern sensibilities is that the Maya actually possessed some form of genuine prophetic ability, that through astronomical observations, mathematical calculations, altered states of consciousness achieved in religious ceremonies, or some combination of these, they gained insights into future events. Their documented expertise in astronomy and mathematics certainly gave them tools to project celestial cycles far into the future with remarkable accuracy. Is it possible these same skills somehow allowed them to foresee historical patterns as well? What we do know is that when Hernan Cortés and his men arrived in the Yucatan Peninsula in 1519, many Maya reacted with a sense of grim recognition rather than just fear of the unknown. According to Spanish accounts, some native leaders told the conquistadors that their coming had been foretold, that their arrival fulfilled ancient prophecies. This reaction may have even contributed to the Spanish success, as some Maya apparently believed resistance was futile against invaders whose coming had been prophesied for generations. The Maya weren't alone in having prophecies that seemed to predict European arrival. Similar predictions existed among the Aztecs regarding the return of Quetzalcoatl and among the Inca concerning the end of their world age. Across the Americas, indigenous cultures apparently had traditions warning of pale strangers who would arrive and transform their world, warnings that proved tragically accurate. These prophecies challenge our understanding of time, history, and human knowledge. They suggest possibilities we find difficult to reconcile with modern assumptions. That time might not be as linear as we believe, that knowledge of the future might be accessible through means we don't fully understand, or that patterns of history might be predictable to those with sufficient insight into cosmic cycles. Whatever explanation we accept, the Mayan prophecies of Spanish conquest remain one of history's most unsettling mysteries. Ancient warnings of a future catastrophe that arrived exactly as foretold, bringing an end to one of the world's most remarkable civilizations and forever changing the course of human history. Nestled in the high desert plateaus of northeastern Arizona, the Hopi people have maintained one of the oldest continuous cultures in North America. For centuries, they have lived in stone and adobe villages perched atop mesas that rise abruptly from the desert floor, following traditions that stretch back over 1,000 years. But hidden within their ancient oral traditions lies something that continues to baffle historians and anthropologists: detailed prophecies that appear to have predicted the arrival of Europeans in the Americas centuries before they appeared on the horizon. These weren't vague fortunes or general warnings, but specific descriptions of not just who would come, but what technologies they would bring, how they would behave, and even the multiple phases of colonization that would unfold over hundreds of years. How could a people isolated in the American Southwest have foreseen with such precision the arrival of strangers from across the ocean and the profound transformation they would bring? The Hopi are known as the peaceful people, and their name literally means the peaceful ones. Their prophecies are not contained in written texts but have been preserved through oral tradition, passed down through generations by tribal elders and religious leaders called kikmangwis. These prophecies form part of a complex spiritual tradition that views time not as linear but cyclical, with humanity moving through successive world ages or worlds. According to Hopi cosmology, we currently live in the fourth world, with previous worlds having been destroyed due to human corruption and disharmony with nature. What makes the Hopi prophecies about the coming of Europeans particularly remarkable is their detail and accuracy. According to Hopi tradition, these prophecies came from Masa, the guardian of the fourth world, who provided guidance about future events during the emergence of the Hopi into the current world age. Among the most specific prophecies was the foretelling of the arrival of Pahana, the lost white brother, who would come from the east. The prophecies described these future arrivals in ways that aligned disturbingly well with historical reality. They spoke of pale-skinned people who would bring strange objects and technologies, who would claim ownership of land, and who would eventually establish dominance over the original inhabitants. One prophecy described men who would wear their hair short like a brush, an accurate description of the European style of cropped hair that would have been completely foreign to the Hopi, who traditionally wore their hair long. Even more striking were predictions about specific technologies that Europeans would bring. The prophecies described gourd of ashes that could destroy entire villages, widely interpreted as referring to gunpowder weapons. They spoke of roads in the sky, where carriages on threads would move, seemingly describing electrical power lines and modern transportation systems millennia before their invention. Another prophecy mentioned a stone serpent that would stretch across the land where many would travel at high speeds, an uncanny description of modern highways. The Hopi Prophecies didn't just describe the initial European contact, but outlined multiple stages of colonization and development that would follow. They spoke of how the land would be crossed with rivers of stone and later spider webs. Interpretations suggest these refer to railroads, and then road networks or perhaps electrical and telephone lines. The prophecies mentioned how the newcomers would dig up the earth and extract valuable minerals, precisely what occurred during westward expansion and the mining booms that transformed the American West. Particularly chilling is how accurately the prophecies captured the spiritual and cultural impact of European arrival. They warned that the newcomers would bring a new religion of the cross, but that many would not follow the true principles of that faith. This accurately describes not just the introduction of Christianity, but the hypocritical gap between Christian teachings and the actions of many colonizers toward indigenous peoples. What makes these prophecies especially compelling is that they were documented by outside observers before many of the predicted events actually occurred. In the late 19th century, ethnographers and anthropologists working among the Hopi recorded these traditions at a time when technologies like electrical power lines, automobiles, and airplanes were either non-existent or in their earliest forms. Yet the Hopi were already describing such developments as part of ancient prophecies passed down through generations. One of the most specific prophecies concerns what the Hopi call the arrival of the Two Hearts people. According to tradition, these would be individuals who speak with forked tongues, making promises they don't intend to keep. The prophecy describes how these two-hearted people would create things that would eventually turn against them and lead to great suffering, potentially describing modern environmental crises resulting from industrialization and technological development. But how could the Hopi have known what was coming? How could an isolated desert people have predicted specific details of a technological future that would unfold centuries later? Several theories have been proposed, none entirely satisfactory. Some scholars suggest that the Hopi, like many indigenous cultures, had a sophisticated understanding of natural cycles and patterns. By observing the rise and fall of previous civilizations in their region, such as the ancestral Pueblones, formerly called Anasazi, perhaps the Hopi recognized patterns that allowed them to anticipate future historical developments. Their prophecies might represent not supernatural foresight, but extraordinary pattern recognition and historical analysis. Others propose that the prophecies have been refined and updated over time, with new details added as events unfolded. Yet this doesn't explain how early versions of the prophecies, recorded before certain technologies existed, already contained descriptions that would prove accurate decades later. Furthermore, Hopi elders themselves insist that the prophecies are ancient, not recent adaptations. More controversial explanations include the possibility that the Hopi had earlier, undocumented contact with Europeans or other outside cultures before Columbus. While archaeological evidence for pre-Columbian contact is limited, trade networks across the Americas were far more extensive than once believed. Perhaps knowledge of other civilizations reached the Hopi through these networks, giving them some awareness of peoples beyond their known world. The most challenging explanation to modern sensibilities is that the Hopi actually possessed some form of genuine prophetic insight, that through deep meditation, ceremonial practices, or some innate sensitivity to patterns in reality, they gained glimpses of future developments. Their documented expertise in sustainable living, astronomy, and harmonious adaptation to one of North America's harshest environments certainly suggests remarkable capabilities that we might not fully appreciate. What's particularly intriguing about the Hopi prophecies is that they don't end with the arrival of Europeans and industrialization. They continue into our present and beyond, outlining stages yet to come. According to these traditions, we are currently in a time they call Powhatan, a period marked by excessive materialism, spiritual corruption, and environmental destruction. This phase is described as unsustainable and approaching a critical transition point. The prophecies speak of specific signs that would mark this transition: stars appearing in daylight, potentially describing modern air and space travel; the disappearance of natural resources, extreme weather, and social decay. Many Hopi elders today believe we are witnessing these very signs unfolding in real time through climate change, pollution, and social disruption. What comes next in the prophecies is equally remarkable. They describe a period of purification, a time of great upheaval when the imbalances created during industrialization will be corrected, often through difficult and catastrophic events. However, this isn't portrayed as the end, but as a necessary transition to restore harmony. Following this purification, the prophecies describe the potential emergence of a new, more balanced world if humanity chooses the right path. The prophecies outline two possible paths forward: one of continuous technological development without spiritual wisdom, leading to destruction, and another of technology guided by spiritual awareness and respect for nature, leading to a sustainable future. The choice, according to Hopi tradition, lies with all of humanity, not just the Hopi themselves. What makes the Hopi prophecies different from many other predictive traditions is their emphasis on choice and responsibility rather than fixed destiny. They don't present the future as predetermined, but as contingent on human decisions. The prophecies serve not just as predictions, but as warnings and guidance for navigating troubled times. Skeptics may dismiss these prophecies as coincidence, clever retrofitting, or the result of prophecies so numerous and varied that some were bound to appear accurate by chance. Yet the consistency, specificity, and continued relevance of the Hopi prophecies give even skeptics pause. How do we explain traditions that seem to have anticipated not just European arrival but specific technologies and social developments centuries before they occurred? Perhaps most remarkable is that many Hopi themselves don't view these prophecies with surprise or consider them supernatural. In their worldview, past, present, and future are more interconnected than in Western thinking. The ability to perceive patterns across time is seen not as mystical, but as a natural capacity developed through careful observation, spiritual practice, and deep connection to the land. The Hopi prophecies of the white men remain one of history's most compelling mysteries, ancient warnings that described with uncanny accuracy events that wouldn't unfold until centuries later. Whether we attribute them to extraordinary cultural insight, unknown historical connections, or forms of knowledge we don't yet understand, they challenge our assumptions about time, history, and the limits of human awareness. As we face unprecedented global challenges today, perhaps these ancient prophecies still have wisdom to offer, not just about what might come next, but about how we might navigate the path ahead with greater harmony and balance. Nostradamus is perhaps the most famous prophet in Western history, a name that even centuries after his death still evokes images of apocalyptic visions and uncanny predictions. Born Michel de Nostradamus in December 1503 in Saint-Rémy-de-Provence, France, this ordinary physician would eventually become known throughout the world for his seemingly extraordinary ability to peer beyond the veil of time. The fascinating thing about Nostradamus is that he wasn't always a prophet. For much of his early life, he was simply a respected doctor, known for his innovative treatments during the plague outbreaks that ravaged Europe. He traveled extensively, studying medicine and helping the sick. It wasn't until later in life that he began to explore the mystical arts, delving into astrology, the occult, and eventually prophecy. What separates Nostradamus from countless other fortune-tellers and seers of his time was his method. He claimed to use a technique known as scrying, where he would stare into a bowl of water until entering a trance-like state. In these altered states of consciousness, visions would reportedly come to him, glimpses of events yet to unfold, disasters waiting to happen, and the rise and fall of future leaders. But Nostradamus was clever. He understood the dangers of being too explicit with his prophecies in an age when heresy could lead to imprisonment or worse. So he wrote his predictions in an intentionally cryptic style, using symbolism, metaphors, and references to classical mythology. He composed his prophecies as four-line poems called quatrains, organized into groups of 100 called centuries. By the time of his death in 1566, he had published 10 centuries containing nearly 1,000 quatrains. These quatrains have been the subject of endless fascination and debate. Did this 16th century physician truly have the ability to see events that would happen hundreds of years after his death? Let's look at some of his most famous predictions that many believe came true. One of the most discussed quatrains seemingly predicts the rise of Napoleon Bonaparte. It reads, "From the depths of the west of Europe, a young child will be born of poor people. He who by his tongue will seduce a great troop, his fame will increase towards the Eastern Kingdom." Supporters point out that Napoleon was indeed born to a family of minor nobility that had fallen on hard times on the island of Corsica, which lies west of mainland Europe. He was known for his charismatic leadership and military campaigns that extended his influence eastward toward Russia. Even more chilling is a quatrain that many believe foretold the rise of Adolf Hitler. "From the depths of Western Europe, a young child will be born to poor people, who with his tongue will seduce many people. His reputation will increase in the kingdom of the East." The similar wording to the Napoleon prediction has led some to believe that Nostradamus was describing a pattern of charismatic dictators rather than specific individuals. Others point to another quatrain that mentions Hister, which some interpret as a misspelling of Hitler, though skeptics note that Hister was actually the ancient name for the lower Danube River. Perhaps the most controversial claims about Nostradamus involve the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks. Believers point to a particularly ominous quatrain. "The sky will burn at 45 degrees latitude. Fire approaches the great new city. By fire he will destroy their city. A cold and cruel heart, blood will pour." New York City lies near the 40-degree latitude line, not exactly at 45 degrees, but close enough for some interpreters. The reference to fire destroying a city seems eerily reminiscent of the burning Twin Towers. Another quatrain often linked to 9/11 reads, "In the year 1999 and 7 months, from the sky will come the great king of terror, to bring back to life the great king of the Mongols, before and after Mars reigns by good fortune." Though the timing is off by about 2 years, supporters argue that Nostradamus wasn't always precise with dates, and the reference to terror coming from the sky is striking. But here's where we need to pause and look more critically. Are these really examples of prophetic visions, or are we falling victim to what psychologists call retrospective determinism, finding patterns in random information after events have already occurred? Critics of Nostradamus point out several problems with claiming he accurately predicted future events. First, his quatrains are incredibly vague, written in a mixture of French, Latin, Greek, and Provençal. This ambiguity means they can be interpreted in countless ways. Second, translations often differ significantly, with interpreters sometimes altering the text to make it fit better with the events they claim it predicts. Then there's the issue of cherry-picking. Nostradamus wrote approximately 942 quatrains. With so many predictions, it would be statistically remarkable if none of them seemed to match future events by sheer coincidence. Moreover, believers tend to focus only on the hits and ignore the many misses, predictions that clearly never came to pass. Some historians suggest that Nostradamus was not attempting to predict the future at all, but rather writing about events of his own time in coded language to avoid political persecution. His references to beasts and antichrists might have been veiled criticisms of contemporary rulers and religious figures. Despite these rational explanations, the mystique of Nostradamus persists. During World War II, both Allied and Axis powers used his prophecies in propaganda campaigns. The Nazis distributed Nostradamus booklets in occupied countries, interpreting certain quatrains as predicting German victory. In response, the British created their own interpretations, suggesting that Nostradamus had actually foretold Hitler's defeat. What makes Nostradamus so enduringly fascinating isn't just the supposed accuracy of his predictions, but the human desire to make sense of a chaotic world. In times of uncertainty, there's comfort in believing that someone somewhere has already seen what's coming, that the future, however frightening, is at least known by someone. Whether you believe Nostradamus was a genuine seer or simply a clever writer whose vague poems have been retrofit to match historical events, his impact on culture is undeniable. His name has become synonymous with prophecy itself. Every major world event triggers a new wave of interest in his writings, with interpretations emerging that claim he foresaw everything from climate change to technological advancements. Perhaps the true legacy of Nostradamus isn't in the accuracy of his predictions, but in the window his work provides into our collective psyche, our eternal fascination with the unknown, our pattern-seeking minds, and our desire to believe that the future, however shrouded in mystery, is not entirely unpredictable. As we move through uncertain times, we continue to look back to this 16th century physician, wondering if somewhere in his cryptic verses lie clues to what awaits us. The question remains, was Nostradamus genuinely gifted with prophetic vision, or have we simply been reading our own fears and hopes into his deliberately ambiguous words for over 4 centuries? Whatever the truth may be, the prophecies of Nostradamus remain one of history's most enduring mysteries, a testament to our endless fascination with those who claim to see beyond the boundaries of time itself. But Nostradamus wasn't the only prophet whose words have echoed through the centuries. Ancient Rome had its own system of prophecy, one that guided the decisions of emperors and shaped the destiny of an empire. Long before Rome became the mighty empire that would dominate the ancient world, its leaders already understood something crucial about power. Knowledge of the future is perhaps the greatest advantage any ruler can possess. This belief gave rise to one of the most mysterious and influential prophetic traditions of the ancient world, the Sibylline books, a collection of oracular utterances that would guide Roman decision-making for nearly 1,000 years. The story of how these sacred texts came into Rome's possession is itself a tale worthy of legend. According to Roman historians, during the reign of Tarquinius Superbus, the last king of Rome who ruled in the 6th century BCE, an old woman approached the royal palace. This wasn't just any elderly woman, she was the Cumean Sibyl, one of the most renowned prophetesses of the ancient world, said to live in a cave near the Greek colony of Cumae in southern Italy. In her arms, she carried 9 books containing prophecies about Rome's future. She offered to sell these books to the king for an enormous sum. Tarquinius scoffed at the price and dismissed her. In response, the Sibyl burned 3 of the books before his eyes, then offered the remaining 6 at the same price as the original 9. Again, the king refused, thinking her mad. The Sibyl then burned 3 more books and, for a 3rd time, offered the remaining 3 at the original price. Finally realizing the value of what was being destroyed, Tarquinius agreed to purchase the last 3 books. The old woman vanished, never to be seen again, leaving behind only her cryptic prophecies that would shape Roman history for centuries to come. Whether this dramatic tale is historical fact or clever fiction, what we do know with more certainty is that Rome did indeed possess a collection of prophetic writings known as the Libri Sibyllini, or Sibylline books. These texts were written in Greek hexameter verse and were believed to contain fates and remedies for the Roman state. Unlike other oracles that focused on answering specific questions about individual futures, the Sibylline books were exclusively concerned with the destiny of Rome itself. The Romans treated these books with extraordinary reverence. They were stored in a stone chest beneath the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, Rome's religious center. Initially, 2 patricians were appointed as custodians of the books. This number was later increased to 10 and eventually to 15 men, forming the Quindecimviri Sacris Faciundis, one of the 4 great priestly colleges of Rome. These men were the only ones permitted to consult the sacred texts, and they did so only in times of great crisis or when ordered by the Senate. The books were not read for casual divination or to satisfy curiosity. They were consulted only when Rome faced dire threats, plague, famine, military disaster, or inexplicable phenomena that seemed to indicate divine displeasure. The process was solemn and secretive. When authorized to consult the books, the priests would seek specific remedies for whatever calamity Rome was facing. The books themselves didn't provide direct prophecies of future events, but rather prescribed religious ceremonies, sacrifices, or the introduction of new deities whose worship would avert disaster. One of the most famous consultations of the Sibylline books occurred during the Second Punic War when Rome was reeling from devastating defeats at the hands of Hannibal. In 216 BCE, after the catastrophic Battle of Cannae, where some 50,000 Romans were slaughtered, the Senate ordered the books consulted. The remedy prescribed was shocking to traditional Romans: the introduction of the cult of Cybele, a foreign goddess from Phrygia in Asia Minor. Following the instructions from the Sibylline books, Rome sent a delegation to King Attalus of Pergamum, who possessed a sacred black stone believed to embody the goddess. After initial reluctance, Attalus allowed the stone to be transported to Rome, where it was installed with elaborate ceremonies. The introduction of Cybele's worship marked a significant turning point in Roman religious practice, opening the door to more Eastern mystery cults that would later flourish throughout the empire. Another remarkable prophecy came during the turbulent period of the late Republic. According to Roman historians, the Sibylline books contained a prediction that, if a king should come to rule in Rome, freedom for Rome would be at an end, but also that only a king would be able to conquer the Parthians, Rome's formidable eastern enemy. This prophecy created a political dilemma that Julius Caesar was attempting to navigate when he was assassinated in 44 BCE. Some historians believe that rumor Caesar intended to crown himself king, partly to fulfill this Sibylline prophecy about conquering Parthia, contributed to the conspiracy against him. The prophecies also influenced Augustus, Rome's first emperor. During his reign, there was a widespread belief that the Sibylline books had foretold the dawn of a new golden age for Rome. The poet Virgil drew on this idea in his famous Fourth Eclogue, which speaks of a child whose birth would usher in a new era of peace and prosperity. This poem later gained significance among early Christians, who interpreted it as a pagan prophecy of Christ's birth. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Sibylline books is that they were believed to contain prophecies spanning the entire future of Rome, from its founding to its eventual fall. Some Roman writers suggest that the books contained explicit timelines for the duration of Roman power, perhaps explaining why the emperors guarded them so jealously. The books survived fires and civil wars, carefully preserved and occasionally supplemented with new prophetic material. When the original Temple of Jupiter burned in 83 BCE, destroying the original Sibylline books, the Senate sent envoys throughout the Mediterranean to collect similar oracles and prophecies to recreate the lost texts. This new collection was stored in the rebuilt temple and continued to be consulted. As Rome transformed from republic to empire, the Sibylline books remained a powerful political tool. Emperors who wished to implement controversial policies or religious reforms often claimed the authority of the Sibylline prophecies. During the reign of Emperor Augustus, he ordered a purge of the collection, removing prophecies he deemed politically dangerous or inauthentic, and transferring the approved texts to the Temple of Apollo on the Palatine Hill, bringing them under more direct imperial control. The final chapter of the Sibylline books came with the rise of Christianity. As the empire gradually converted to the new faith, the old pagan prophecies fell into disuse. In 405 CE, the Christian general Stilicho, acting as regent for Emperor Honorius, reportedly ordered the books burned as pagan superstition. Whether this account is accurate or not, the original collection disappeared around this time. Ironically, new collections of prophecies called Sibylline oracles emerged during the late Roman period and early Middle Ages. These were actually Jewish and Christian works written in the style of the pagan Sibyls, but containing monotheistic prophecies. Some of these include what appear to be genuine fragments of the original Sibylline books, preserved because they seem to predict the coming of Christ or the end of paganism. What makes the Sibylline books so fascinating is not just their prophetic content, but how they reflect Roman pragmatism. Unlike other ancient peoples who viewed prophecy as unalterable fate, the Romans believed prophecies revealed dangers that could be averted through proper religious action. The books weren't just telling Rome its future, they were giving it a way to change that future. Did the Sibylline books truly contain accurate prophecies about Rome's destiny? We may never know, as their contents are largely lost to history. What we do know is that belief in these prophecies shaped Roman policy, religion, and culture for centuries. Important decisions, when to go to war, which gods to worship, how to respond to crises, were influenced by what Roman priests claimed to find in these mysterious texts. In a sense, the prophecies created their own reality. By following the religious remedies prescribed in the books, Romans gained confidence in times of crisis and unified their diverse society around common rituals. Whether or not the Sibylline books truly foretold Rome's future, they certainly helped create it. While Rome looked to its Sibylline books for guidance, across the world in ancient China, another system of prophecy was developing, one that would influence Chinese history for thousands of years, and that some believe accurately predicted the rise and fall of dynasties. In the misty landscapes of ancient China, long before emperors built their vast palaces, and before the Great Wall snaked across mountains and valleys, a mysterious system of divination was taking shape. This wasn't just any method of fortune-telling. It was perhaps the oldest continuous method of divination in human history, one that would eventually be known as the I Ching, or the Book of Changes. For more than 3,000 years, this cryptic text has guided emperors, scholars, and ordinary people through times of uncertainty, and according to some historians, it accurately predicted the fall of mighty dynasties long before they crumbled into dust. The origins of the I Ching are shrouded in legend. Traditional accounts claim that around 3000 BCE, the mythical Emperor Fuzai was meditating by the Yellow River when he noticed patterns on the back of a turtle that emerged from the waters. These patterns inspired him to create the 8 trigrams, sets of 3 lines, either solid or broken, that form the foundation of the I Ching system. Each trigram represented a fundamental force of nature: heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and lake. Later, around 1000 BCE, King Wen of Zhou supposedly expanded this system while imprisoned by the tyrannical last king of the Shang dynasty. By combining the 8 trigrams into pairs, he created 64 hexagrams, 6-line symbols that represented all possible situations in the universe. To each hexagram, he added interpretations and judgments. His son, the Duke of Zhou, further expanded these with detailed explanations for each line of each hexagram. By the time Confucius encountered the I Ching around 500 BCE, it had already existed for centuries. Confucius was so fascinated by the text that he reportedly wore out the leather binding of his copy through constant use. He added further commentaries, transforming what had been primarily a divination manual into a profound philosophical text about change, balance, and the nature of reality itself. What makes the I Ching unique among prophetic traditions is its approach. Rather than claiming to tell the future with certainty, It presents itself as a mirror of the present moment and the forces currently at work. It doesn't say, "This will happen," but rather, "These are the forces currently operating, and this is their natural tendency." The I Ching acknowledges that the future remains unwritten, but suggests that understanding the present fully allows one to navigate coming changes with wisdom. The traditional method of consulting the I Ching involves a complex ritual using either yarrow stalks or coins. After focusing on a question, the person performs a series of operations that generate a hexagram through chance. The resulting hexagram and its interpretation are then studied for insight into the question. This process creates a unique dialogue between the person's unconscious mind and the symbolic language of the text. But how did this ancient book of wisdom become associated with predicting the fall of dynasties? The answer lies in how the I Ching was used by imperial courts throughout Chinese history. From the Han Dynasty onward, Chinese emperors maintained official diviners who would regularly consult the I Ching regarding matters of state. These consultations became especially common during times of crisis, drought, floods, peasant rebellions, or barbarian invasions. The I Ching's answers were taken as guidance from heaven itself. If multiple consultations produced ominous hexagrams, it could be interpreted as heaven withdrawing its mandate from the ruling dynasty. One of the most famous historical examples comes from the end of the Shang dynasty around 1046 BCE. According to ancient records, King Wu of Zhou consulted the I Ching before launching his rebellion against the Shang. The divination yielded hexagram 49, revolution, which includes the judgment. Revolution. On your own day you are believed. Supreme success furthering through perseverance. Remorse disappears. Taking this as divine approval, King Wu overthrew the Shang and established the Zhou dynasty that would rule for the next 8 centuries. Centuries later, during the decline of the Han dynasty around 180 CE, court diviners repeatedly drew hexagram 23, splitting apart, which warns. The mountain rests upon the earth, the image of splitting apart. Thus those above can ensure their position only by giving generously to those below. The inability of the Han emperors to heed this warning, to address corruption and reconnect with the common people, contributed to their downfall. Perhaps the most dramatic instance of the I Ching seemingly predicting dynastic change occurred during the final years of the Ming dynasty in the early 17th century. Court astrologers consulting the I Ching repeatedly drew hexagram 36, darkening of the light, which warns of a time when light has sunk into the earth and advises one to not fight against it. This hexagram changing to hexagram 55, abundance, was interpreted to mean that after a period of darkness, a new and more prosperous era would emerge under different leadership. Within decades, the Ming dynasty fell to the Manchu invaders who established the Qing dynasty. These historical examples raise an intriguing question. Did the I Ching truly predict these dynastic falls, or did the interpretation of these hexagrams influence decision-making in ways that helped bring about these very changes? Some historians argue that the I Ching served as a political barometer, reflecting the tensions and anxieties already present in the court. When a dynasty was in decline, court officials might unconsciously select more negative interpretations of hexagrams, or might be more likely to report troubling divinations to the emperor. In this view, the I Ching was less a predictor of the future than a mirror reflecting the present reality that insiders already sensed, but couldn't express directly. Others point out that the I Ching's influence extended beyond mere prediction. It shaped action. When rebel leaders consulted the oracle and received favorable hexagrams, they gained confidence and legitimacy. Their followers, believing heaven supported the rebellion, fought more fiercely. Meanwhile, emperors who received troubling readings might become hesitant or fatalistic, making poor decisions that hastened their downfall. In this way, the prophecies of the I Ching could become self-fulfilling. The relationship between the I Ching and Chinese political history extends beyond the rise and fall of dynasties. The text's underlying philosophy, that balance must be maintained between opposing forces, that extremes inevitably return to their opposite, that change is the only constant, profoundly shaped Chinese political thought. Policies that were too harsh would eventually generate resistance. Prosperity that became too extreme would invite decline. Leaders who rose too high would eventually fall. This cyclic vision of history expressed in the I Ching aligned with the Chinese concept of the mandate of heaven, the idea that heaven grants the right to rule to those who govern with virtue and withdraws it from those who become corrupt or neglectful. The signs of this withdrawal could be read in natural disasters, social unrest, and of course, in the hexagrams of the I Ching. What's particularly fascinating is how the I Ching's influence extended beyond the borders of China. During the Korean War in the early 1950s, South Korean President Syngman Rhee reportedly consulted the I Ching regularly. In one famous instance, he asked whether United Nations forces should cross the 38th parallel into North Korea. The resulting hexagram, retreat, warned against advancing further, advice that went unheeded, resulting in China's entry into the war and years of additional conflict. Even in the modern business world, the I Ching has found unexpected applications. Japanese industrialist Konosuke Matsushita, founder of Panasonic, was known to consult the I Ching when making major business decisions. Similarly, some Wall Street traders and Silicon Valley entrepreneurs have admitted to consulting this ancient oracle when facing uncertainty in markets or technology trends. Critics, of course, point out that the I Ching's prophecies succeed largely through vagueness and poetic language that can be interpreted to fit almost any situation. Its 64 hexagrams and multiple changing lines create thousands of possible readings, making it statistically likely that some interpretations will seem to match future events by sheer coincidence. Yet defenders of the system argue that its value lies not in literal prediction, but in how it trains the mind to recognize patterns, anticipate natural cycles, and maintain balance in decision-making. The I Ching doesn't tell you exactly what will happen. Rather, it helps you understand the qualities of the present moment and the natural tendencies of the forces currently at play. Whether viewed as supernatural divination or psychological tool, the I Ching's 3,000-year history of influencing Chinese political decisions makes it one of the most consequential prophetic traditions in human history. Dynasties rose and fell, borders shifted, and millions of lives were affected by decisions made in consultation with this ancient book of wisdom. As we contemplate the mysterious power of the I Ching across Chinese history, we're reminded that prophecy often works in unexpected ways. Sometimes the most dangerous predictions are those that seem clear but contain hidden ambiguities, as another ancient ruler would discover to his great cost when he misinterpreted the cryptic words of yet another famous oracle. On the slopes of Mount Parnassus in ancient Greece, shrouded in mist and mystery, stood the temple of Apollo at Delphi. For over 1,000 years, kings, generals, philosophers, and ordinary citizens made the arduous journey to this sacred site, seeking guidance from what was believed to be the most powerful oracle in the ancient world. At the heart of the temple served the Pythia, a priestess who sat on a tripod over a fissure in the earth, breathing in vapors that supposedly connected her to Apollo himself. In her divine trance, she would utter cryptic prophecies that changed the course of history, none more famously than her prophecy to King Croesus of Lydia, a prediction that led to one of history's greatest ironies and most profound lessons about fate and interpretation. Croesus ruled the kingdom of Lydia in what is now Western Turkey from approximately 560 to 546 BCE. He was fabulously wealthy, so wealthy, in fact, that his name became synonymous with extreme riches. The expression "as rich as Croesus" has endured for over 2,000 years. His kingdom flourished, his treasury overflowed with gold, and his power seemed secure. But to the east, a new threat was emerging: the rapidly expanding Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great. Concerned about this potential rival, Croesus decided to consider a preemptive strike against the Persians. But before committing to such a momentous decision, he wanted divine guidance. Like many rulers of his time, Croesus was deeply superstitious and put great faith in oracles and prophecies. However, he was also clever and methodical. Before consulting the Oracle of Delphi, he devised a test to determine which of the many oracles throughout Greece was most reliable. Croesus sent messengers to 7 different oracles, all with the same instruction. Exactly 100 days after their departure, they were to ask each oracle what King Croesus was doing at that precise moment. What the messengers didn't know was that Croesus had planned something extremely unusual and unpredictable. He would be cooking a tortoise and a lamb together in a bronze cauldron. When the messengers returned with the various oracular responses, only the Pythia at Delphi had correctly described the king's bizarre cooking experiment. Her response, delivered in hexameter verse, was, "I count the grains of sand on the beach and measure the sea. I understand the speech of the dumb and hear the voiceless. The smell has come to my senses of a hard-shelled tortoise boiling and bubbling with a lamb's flesh in a bronze pot. The cauldron underneath it is of bronze, and bronze is the lid." Astonished by this accuracy, Croesus became convinced that the Oracle of Delphi truly possessed divine knowledge. He sent lavish gifts to the temple, gold ingots, silver vessels, purple robes, and other treasures, establishing himself as one of the oracle's most generous patrons. Now confident in the oracle's powers, he posed his crucial question: should he attack the Persian Empire? The Pythia's response was famously ambiguous. If Croesus goes to war with Cyrus, he will destroy a great empire. Encouraged by what seemed like a prediction of victory, Croesus prepared for war. He forged alliances, gathered his armies, and crossed the Halys River into Persian territory in 547 BCE. The initial battles were inconclusive, and as winter approached, Croesus withdrew to his capital of Sardis, planning to resume the campaign in spring. He even disbanded part of his army, assuming the Persians would not campaign during winter. This was a fatal miscalculation. Cyrus pursued Croesus and laid siege to Sardis. The city fell within 2 weeks and Croesus was captured. According to the most dramatic version of the story, recorded by Herodotus, Croesus was placed on a pyre to be burned alive. As the flames were lit, he called out the name of the wise Athenian statesman Solon, who had once visited his court. Years earlier, Solon had warned Croesus not to be overly proud of his wealth and power, saying that no man should be counted happy until his death, as fortune could always reverse. Hearing Croesus call Solon's name, Cyrus supposedly asked for an explanation. When Croesus related Solon's wisdom, Cyrus was moved and ordered the fire extinguished, recognizing the truth about the fickleness of fortune. Whether this dramatic scene actually occurred is debated by historians, but what is clear is that Croesus survived his defeat. Some accounts suggest he became an advisor to Cyrus, while others indicate he was sent to live in a Persian city. In either case, he had learned a bitter lesson about prophecy and interpretation. The oracle's prediction had indeed come true, but not as Croesus had assumed. The great empire destroyed was his own. In his eagerness to hear what he wanted to hear, Croesus had imposed his own interpretation on the deliberately ambiguous prophecy. This story became one of the most famous cautionary tales in the ancient world, repeated by philosophers, historians, and ordinary people as a warning about hubris, misinterpretation, and the dangers of self-deception. It perfectly captured the paradoxical nature of Delphic prophecies, which were famous for being technically accurate but misleading in their ambiguity. The Oracle of Delphi operated this way by design. The Pythia's utterances were typically fragmentary and unclear, delivered in a state of trance. Priests at the temple would then arrange these utterances into verse, carefully crafting responses that could be interpreted in multiple ways. This ambiguity served several purposes. It protected the oracle's reputation, since a vague prophecy could rarely be proven wrong. It also forced those seeking guidance to engage in deep reflection about the meaning of the oracle's words. Croesus wasn't the only powerful figure to misinterpret a Delphic prophecy. During the Persian invasion of Greece in 480 BCE, the Athenians received a prophecy that they would find safety behind wooden walls. Some interpreted this literally and proposed building wooden fortifications around the city. But the statesman Themistocles argued that the wooden walls referred to Athens' fleet of ships. His interpretation prevailed, leading to the naval battle of Salamis, where the Greeks defeated the numerically superior Persian fleet and changed the course of Western history. What makes the Oracle of Delphi particularly fascinating is that it wasn't simply a religious institution. It was also an important political and economic center. The temple controlled vast wealth from the offerings of supplicants, owned extensive lands, and wielded significant influence over Greek city-states. Consulting the oracle wasn't merely a spiritual exercise. It was a way of navigating the complex power dynamics of the ancient Mediterranean world. Modern scholars have debated the mechanisms behind the Pythia's prophetic trances. In the 1980s, geologists discovered that the temple at Delphi was built over the intersection of two fault lines. They hypothesized that ethylene gas or other hydrocarbon gases may have seeped up through fissures in the rock, creating a mildly hallucinogenic environment that contributed to the Pythia's altered state. These geological findings lend a fascinating scientific dimension to this ancient religious practice. Whether influenced by geological vapors, psychological suggestion, or conscious political calculation, the prophecies of the Pythia undeniably shaped ancient history. Kings decided whether to go to war, cities determined where to establish colonies, and individuals made life-altering decisions based on her cryptic words. The story of Croesus and the Oracle of Delphi reminds us of a fundamental truth about prophecy. Prediction is often less about foretelling the future than about how we interpret ambiguous information through the lens of our desires and fears. Croesus heard what he wanted to hear. He assumed the empire to be destroyed would be his enemies, not his own. His tragedy wasn't that he consulted the oracle, but that he failed to consider alternative interpretations of its words. This lesson extends beyond ancient prophecy to our modern lives. How often do we receive ambiguous information and interpret it in ways that confirm what we already want to believe? How many decisions have been made throughout history based not on what was actually said, but on what people thought they heard? The Oracle of Delphi's infamous warning to King Croesus stands as one of history's most powerful examples of a prophecy that came true, just not in the way its recipient expected. It reminds us that even the most accurate prediction can lead to disaster if we fail to approach it with humility, careful consideration, and an awareness of our own biases. As the flames rose around Croesus on that pyre, he finally understood the oracle's true meaning, but by then it was too late. His empire was destroyed, his treasures plundered, his freedom lost, all because he heard in the Pythia's words what he wanted to hear, rather than considering their full range of possible meanings. In this ancient tragedy lies a timeless warning about the nature of prophecy itself. Sometimes the most dangerous predictions are not those that fail to come true, but those that fulfill themselves in ways we never anticipated. Nostradamus, the name alone conjures images of mysterious quatrains and apocalyptic visions. Born Michel de Nostradame in 16th century France, this apothecary and supposed seer published his most famous work, Les Prophéties, in 1555. Within these cryptic verses, written in a deliberate mixture of French, Greek, Latin, and Provençal, lies one of his most enduring prophecies, the coming of three Antichrists who would wreak havoc upon the world. Unlike the single Antichrist mentioned in biblical texts, Nostradamus described three separate figures who would rise to power across different eras, each bringing unprecedented destruction and chaos in their wake. What makes this prophecy particularly chilling is that historians and Nostradamus scholars believe two of these figures have already walked among us, with the third yet to come. The first Antichrist was described in Century 8, Quatrain 1, where Nostradamus wrote of Pau, nay, Loron, words that seem meaningless at first glance, but rearrange these letters and they spell Napaulon Roy or Napoleon King. This wordplay becomes even more compelling when we consider that Napoleon Bonaparte wasn't born until over 200 years after Nostradamus penned these words. How could he have known this name that didn't yet exist? Nostradamus described this first Antichrist as more of fire than blood. Napoleon's military genius certainly brought fire across Europe through his campaigns, and his rise from humble origins to Emperor of France mirrors Nostradamus's prediction that this figure would rise from an impoverished background to command great armies. The prophecy states this Antichrist would come from a simple soldier to rise to empire, which perfectly describes Napoleon's ascension from a lowly artillery officer to the ruler of France and conqueror of much of Europe. The seer also mentioned that this first Antichrist would be defeated but would rise again, only to be defeated once more. This aligns eerily with Napoleon's exile to Elba, his subsequent escape and return to power during the 100 Days, and his final defeat at Waterloo, followed by his second exile to St. Helena, where he died. The second Antichrist described by Nostradamus has been widely identified as Adolf Hitler. In Century 2, Quatrain 24, Nostradamus wrote of beasts ferocious with hunger will cross the rivers. The greater part of the battlefield will be against Hister. While skeptics might point out that Hister is the Latin name for the lower Danube River, it's an uncanny phonetic match to Hitler. Even more intriguing, Hitler was born in Austria near this very river region. Nostradamus described this second Antichrist as a man stained with murder, the great enemy of the human race, one who is worse than his predecessors, who would bring fire, blood, and plague. Hitler's genocidal policies certainly fulfill this terrible prophecy. The seer also predicted this figure would die between the mountains. Hitler's suicide took place in his Berlin bunker as Allied forces closed in from both east and west, with his body later burned in what could be interpreted as death by fire. Nostradamus's timeline for these events is particularly impressive. He predicted the second Antichrist would rise to power in the year 1933, exactly when Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. He also correctly foresaw that this figure's reign would last a little more than 12 years. Hitler's Third Reich lasted from January 1933 until May 1945, precisely 12 years and 4 months. But what about the third Antichrist? Here's where the prophecies become even more disturbing because according to Nostradamus, this figure has yet to appear. In Century 10, Quatrain 72, he writes of a figure from the kingdom of Muhammad who will rise in the east during a time of great conflict. Nostradamus called this third and final Antichrist Mabus, a name whose true identity remains unknown. The prophecies suggest this third Antichrist will trigger a 27-year war that will be the most devastating conflict in human history. Some interpreters believe this figure will emerge from the Middle East or North Africa, regions historically associated with Islam. Others suggest the name Mabus could be a code or anagram, just as Paulon concealed Napoleon's name. Throughout the centuries, Nostradamus enthusiasts have proposed various candidates for this third Antichrist, from Saddam Hussein, whose name, when rendered backward as Mabus, bears a phonetic similarity to other Middle Eastern leaders. Some interpreters believe this figure might not be a single person but could represent an ideological movement or terrorist organization. What makes these prophecies particularly unsettling is their alleged accuracy regarding the first two Antichrists. If Nostradamus correctly predicted the rise of Napoleon and Hitler centuries before they lived, could he also have foreseen our future? And if so, what does that mean for our world? Critics argue that Nostradamus's quatrains are deliberately vague, written in such obscure language that they can be retrofitted to match events after they've occurred. They point out that most serious interpretations of his work happen in hindsight, after events have already unfolded. It's much easier to find connections between cryptic poetry and historical events that have already happened than it is to predict the future with any accuracy. Skeptics also note that translations and interpretations of Nostradamus's work vary widely, with different scholars often coming to dramatically different conclusions about what the same quatrain might mean. The quatrains themselves were not written in chronological order, and Nostradamus deliberately obscured his meaning to avoid being charged with heresy during the Inquisition. Yet despite these reasonable criticisms, the apparent accuracy of some predictions continues to fascinate us. How could a 16th century apothecary have written verses that seem to describe Hitler and Napoleon with such accuracy? Is it merely coincidence, selective interpretation, or did Nostradamus truly possess some form of prophetic insight? Perhaps we're drawn to these prophecies because they offer a sense of order to chaotic world events. If someone could predict Hitler's rise to power, it suggests that history follows some kind of pattern or plan, even if that plan includes terrible suffering. There's something almost comforting in the idea that someone saw it all coming, that these events weren't random but part of some larger design. Or perhaps our fascination stems from a deeper place, our inherent desire to know what lies ahead. Humans have always sought to pierce the veil of time, to glimpse what the future holds. From ancient oracles to modern fortune tellers, we're drawn to those who claim they can see beyond the present moment. The prophecy of the Three Antichrists endures not just because of its apparent historical accuracy, but because of what remains unfulfilled. If two Antichrists have come and gone, the third may still await us. This creates a lingering sense of anticipation, a watchfulness for signs that might signal the emergence of this final harbinger of destruction. Whether you believe Nostradamus possessed genuine prophetic abilities or simply wrote ambiguous verses that can be retrofitted to match historical events, there's no denying the eerie parallels between his descriptions and the lives of Napoleon and Hitler. These coincidences, if that's what they are, continue to feed our collective imagination and keep us searching his cryptic quatrains for clues about what might still await us. As we move deeper into the 21st century, world events continue to unfold in unpredictable ways. New leaders rise and fall, conflicts erupt and subside, and with each major world crisis, people return to Nostradamus, searching for signs that might indicate whether we're witnessing the emergence of the prophesied third Antichrist. Whether this figure will prove to be a specific individual, an ideological movement, or simply another example of finding patterns where none truly exist remains to be seen. But as long as uncertainty clouds our future, we'll continue to look to the past, to the mysterious words of a Renaissance-era physician who claimed to see beyond the veil of time, for clues about what tomorrow might bring. The Book of Revelation stands as perhaps the most enigmatic text in the Bible, filled with vivid imagery of the end times, apocalyptic battles, and cryptic prophecies that have puzzled scholars for nearly 2,000 years. Among its most discussed and feared prophecies is the warning about the mark of the beast, a mysterious sign that would be required for all commerce in the final days before judgment. As our world grows increasingly technological, many wonder, are we witnessing the fulfillment of this ancient prophecy right before our eyes? The relevant passage appears in Revelation, chapter 13, where the Apostle John writes, "And he causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their foreheads, and that no one may buy or sell except one who has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. His number is 666. This prophecy describes a future where everyone must bear an identifying mark to participate in the economic system. No mark, no ability to buy food, purchase necessities, or engage in trade. For centuries, this seemed like a far-fetched scenario. How could any power possibly monitor and control all economic transactions? How could such a system be implemented globally? The logistics alone seemed impossible. But in our digital age, for the first time in human history, the infrastructure for such a system not only exists but continues to evolve at an astonishing pace. Consider how rapidly we've moved toward a cashless society. Physical currency, once the backbone of human trade for thousands of years, is steadily being replaced by digital transactions. Credit cards, mobile payment apps, cryptocurrencies, and electronic banking have created a world where substantial portions of the population rarely handle physical money. In some countries, like Sweden, cash transactions make up less than 20% of all payments, with that number dropping each year. This shift toward digital commerce creates the precondition for a system where all transactions could potentially be monitored, approved, or denied. Unlike cash, which can change hands without leaving a trace, digital payments create records, require approval, and can be controlled by central authorities. While convenient, this system also creates unprecedented dependence on the technological infrastructure and those who control it. Even more intriguing are the developments in biometric identification systems and implantable technologies. Microchip implants for humans are no longer science fiction, but a growing reality. In Sweden, thousands of people have voluntarily received RFID chip implants in their hands that can be used for payments, unlocking doors, and accessing public transportation. These chips, no larger than a grain of rice, are typically implanted between the thumb and index finger, not far from the right hand mentioned in Revelation. Similarly, facial recognition technology has become sophisticated enough to uniquely identify individuals in crowds, presenting a technological parallel to the mark on their foreheads, described in the ancient text. China's social credit system already uses facial recognition as part of its infrastructure, determining citizens' access to services based on their behavior and compliance with social norms. Digital identity systems are being developed and implemented worldwide, often with the stated goal of providing access to financial services for the unbanked or improving security. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals specifically call for legal identity for all, including birth registration, by 2030. While these initiatives have humanitarian aims, they also create systems where digital identity becomes increasingly necessary for participation in society. Quantum dot tattoos and other biomarking technologies represent another intriguing development. Researchers at MIT have developed quantum dot tattoos that can store medical and other information beneath the skin, invisible to the naked eye but readable with specialized equipment. While developed for vaccine record-keeping in regions without reliable medical infrastructure, the technology demonstrates how information can now be stored within the human body itself. Digital currencies issued by central banks, unlike decentralized cryptocurrencies, would give unprecedented control to governmental authorities over financial transactions. China has already launched the digital yuan, and many other nations are developing their own central bank digital currencies. These systems would theoretically allow authorities to approve or deny transactions instantaneously, potentially based on compliance with various requirements or social standards. What's particularly striking about these developments is that they don't require malevolent intent to align with the ancient prophecy. Most of these technologies are being developed and implemented with positive goals in mind: reducing crime, preventing fraud, improving public health, or increasing financial inclusion. Yet collectively, they create the infrastructure that could potentially fulfill the conditions described in Revelation. Christians and scholars have debated the interpretation of this prophecy for centuries. Some see it as literal, an actual physical mark that will be required. Others view it more symbolically, representing allegiance to worldly systems opposed to God. Some point to the original Greek text, where the preposition can be translated as on, in, or with the right hand or forehead, potentially broadening the interpretation to include technologies we use with our hands or think about with our minds. The number 666 has generated countless interpretations. Some believe it refers to a specific individual whose name, when calculated using numeric values assigned to letters, a practice called gematria, equals this sum. Others see it as symbolic of human imperfection, with 6 falling short of the divine perfection represented by 7. Still others interpret it as representing the ultimate human-centered system that rejects divine authority. It's worth noting that concerns about modern technologies fulfilling this prophecy aren't new. Throughout history, various innovations have triggered similar fears. Social security numbers, UPC barcodes, credit cards, and RFID tags have all been identified by some as potential fulfillments of the mark of the beast prophecy. Each time, these fears have proven premature. Yet what makes our current era different is the unprecedented convergence of technologies that could, for the first time, make a truly comprehensive system of economic control possible. The combination of digital currencies, biometric identification, implantable technologies, artificial intelligence, and ubiquitous surveillance creates capabilities that previous generations could scarcely imagine. So are modern technologies fulfilling Revelation's prophecy about the mark of the beast? The answer largely depends on one's interpretive approach to prophecy and scripture. Those who view Revelation as a literal prediction of future events may see current technological trends as alarming precursors to the prophesied system. Those who interpret it more symbolically or historically might view these concerns as misplaced, focusing instead on the text's warnings about allegiance to corrupt systems over spiritual values. What's undeniable is that technology is creating unprecedented capabilities for monitoring and controlling economic activity on a global scale. Whether these capabilities will be used benevolently or malevolently remains to be seen. The prophecy serves as a reminder of the potential dangers of systems that demand complete conformity and allegiance in exchange for basic participation in society. Perhaps the most valuable aspect of this ancient prophecy is not predicting specific technologies, but warning about the eternal human tendency to create systems that demand conformity and compliance at the expense of conscience and free will. Whether through ancient empires demanding emperor worship or modern systems requiring digital compliance, the fundamental spiritual challenge remains similar across the centuries. As we navigate our increasingly technological future, the ancient prophecy invites us to consider not just what's possible but what's ethical, not just what's convenient but what preserves human dignity and freedom of conscience. In that sense, regardless of one's religious beliefs, the warning about the mark of the beast remains relevant as we shape the systems that will define our shared tomorrow. Deep in the heartland of America lies a prophecy so eerily accurate that it sends shivers down the spine of historians and skeptics alike. Known as Tecumseh's Curse, or the Curse of Tecumseh, this prophecy has seemingly predicted the deaths of American presidents elected in years ending with 0 for nearly 2 centuries. Is it mere coincidence, or did a Shawnee leader's dying words truly cast a dark shadow over the highest office in the land? The story begins in 1811 at the Battle of Tippecanoe, where William Henry Harrison, then governor of the Indiana Territory, led American forces against a confederation of Native American tribes. This confederation had been assembled by the charismatic Shawnee leader Tecumseh and his brother Tenskwatawa, known as the Prophet, who sought to resist American expansion into native lands. While Tecumseh was away seeking additional allies, Harrison seized the opportunity to attack the Prophet's village near the Tippecanoe River. Though the battle ended with an American victory, it shattered the fragile peace in the region and united many more tribes against American settlers, eventually contributing to the outbreak of the War of 1812. Legend holds that after this defeat, Tenskwatawa placed a curse on Harrison and all future presidents elected in 20-year intervals. Some versions claim it was Tecumseh himself who uttered the curse before his death at the Battle of the Thames in 1813. Regardless of which brother actually spoke the words, the prophecy would prove remarkably accurate in the decades to come. William Henry Harrison, the man who had defeated the prophet's forces, would become the 9th president of the United States after winning the election of 1840, a year ending in 0. His inauguration took place on a cold, wet day in March 1841. Refusing to appear weak, the 68-year-old Harrison delivered the longest inaugural address in American history, speaking for nearly 2 hours in the harsh weather without a coat or hat. Within 31 days of taking office, Harrison fell ill with pneumonia and died, becoming the first president to die in office. The curse had claimed its first victim. 20 years later, Abraham Lincoln won the election of 1860. During his first term, the nation was torn apart by the Civil War, but Lincoln's leadership ultimately preserved the Union. After winning re-election in 1864, it seemed he might break the pattern. However, on April 14, 1865, Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth while attending a play at Ford's Theater. The curse had struck again. James Garfield was elected in 1880. A scholar and Civil War general, Garfield had a promising presidency ahead of him. But just 4 months after taking office, he was shot by Charles Guiteau, a disgruntled office seeker, at a Washington railroad station. Garfield lingered for 2 months before succumbing to infections related to his wounds. The third victim of the curse had fallen. William McKinley won re-election in 1900. His first term had been marked by the Spanish-American War and economic prosperity. 6 months into his second term, while attending the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York, McKinley was shot by anarchist Leon C. Zalgas. Initially, doctors were optimistic about his recovery, but gangrene set in, and McKinley died 8 days later. The 20-year pattern continued unbroken. Warren G. Harding was elected in 1920. His administration became known for corruption scandals, though Harding himself was generally considered to be unaware of his subordinates' misdeeds. While on a speaking tour in the western states, Harding suddenly fell ill in San Francisco. He died on August 2, 1923, officially from a stroke or heart attack, though rumors of poisoning persisted for years. The curse had claimed its 5th consecutive president. Franklin Delano Roosevelt won an unprecedented 4 presidential elections, including the election of 1940. Having guided the nation through the Great Depression and most of World War II, Roosevelt seemed almost invincible. Yet on April 12, 1945, while posing for a portrait at his retreat in Warm Springs, Georgia, Roosevelt suffered a massive cerebral hemorrhage and died. The sitting president elected in a 0 year had died in office once again. John F. Kennedy won the razor-thin election of 1960 against Richard Nixon. Young, charismatic, and forward-looking, Kennedy embodied a new generation of leadership. On November 22, 1963, while riding in an open motorcade through Dallas, Texas, Kennedy was assassinated by Lee Harvey Oswald. His death shocked the nation and the world, and marked the 7th consecutive fulfillment of the alleged curse. Ronald Reagan was elected in 1980. 70 days into his presidency, on March 30, 1981, Reagan was shot by John Hinckley Jr. outside the Washington Hilton Hotel. Unlike his predecessors, Reagan survived the assassination attempt, though he was seriously wounded. Many believe the curse had been broken, as Reagan completed 2 full terms and lived for another 15 years after leaving office. However, some argue that the assassination attempt itself was evidence of the curse's power, and that modern medical advances merely prevented what would have been a fatal outcome in earlier eras. Reagan himself reportedly joked about the curse after his recovery. George W. Bush was elected in 2000 and faced his own brush with death when an Iraqi journalist threw shoes at him during a press conference in Baghdad in 2008. While not nearly as serious as the threats faced by his predecessors, Some still saw it as a continuation of the pattern of presidents elected in 0 years facing potentially lethal situations. The most recent test of the curse came with Joe Biden's election in 2020. While Biden has faced various challenges during his presidency, he has thus far avoided any direct threats to his life, though his presidency is still ongoing as of the time of this recording. Skeptics point out several reasonable explanations for this apparent pattern. The 20-year cycle roughly corresponds to a human generation, meaning that presidents elected at these intervals might be more likely to reflect major shifts in political sentiment, potentially leading to greater opposition and risk. Additionally, the sample size is relatively small, and coincidences do happen, especially when examined retrospectively. Medical historians note that several of these deaths came during eras when presidential security was minimal or medical care was primitive by modern standards. Harrison might have survived his pneumonia with antibiotics. Garfield almost certainly would have survived his wounds with modern trauma care, and McKinley might have been saved with contemporary surgical techniques. The introduction of the Secret Service protection for presidents after McKinley's assassination, along with advances in security protocols and medical care, may explain why more recent presidents have fared better against the curse. Additionally, the fact that some versions of the story emerged or were embellished after several presidents had already died in the pattern suggests that the curse might be a case of retrofitting a narrative to existing data. Yet the statistical probability of 7 consecutive presidents elected in years ending in 0 dying in office defies easy explanation. The odds against such a pattern occurring by chance are substantial, which keeps the legend alive in American folklore. The story of Tecumseh's curse also resonates because it connects to deeper themes in American history, particularly the displacement and destruction of Native American peoples as the nation expanded westward. In this context, the curse serves as a powerful metaphor for the moral costs of conquest and broken promises, suggesting that even the highest office in the land cannot escape the consequences of historical injustice. Whether you view it as supernatural prophecy, statistical anomaly, or symbolic narrative, Tecumseh's curse remains one of America's most enduring political legends. It reminds us that even in our modern, rational world, patterns emerge that challenge our understanding and invite us to contemplate forces beyond our comprehension. As each new president is elected in a year ending in 0, the nation watches with a mixture of skepticism and superstition, wondering if the ancient words attributed to a Shawnee leader 2 centuries ago still echo through the corridors of power. And perhaps that lingering uncertainty, that space between coincidence and prophecy, is precisely what keeps us coming back to this story, searching for meaning in the patterns of our shared history. In the verdant valley of the Rhine River during the 12th century lived one of history's most remarkable women, a mystic, composer, healer, and visionary whose predictions would echo across the centuries with unsettling accuracy. Hildegard of Bingen, a Benedictine abbess born in 1098, experienced divine visions from childhood that would eventually be compiled into manuscripts describing future events with such precision that modern readers often find themselves stunned by their relevance to our current world. Often called the Sibyl of the Rhine, Hildegard began experiencing what she described as the shade of the living light at the age of 5. These visions, which she kept secret for many years, would eventually be recorded with the encouragement of her spiritual advisor, the monk Valmer, and with papal approval. What makes Hildegard's prophecies particularly intriguing is their specificity and apparent accuracy concerning events that would unfold hundreds of years after her death in 1179. Unlike the often ambiguous prophecies of Nostradamus, Hildegard's visions were described in vivid, detailed language that painted clear pictures of future developments. In her work Civias, Liber Vitae Meritorum, and Liber Divinorum Operum, She recorded visions that many believe foretold major historical events and technological developments far beyond her medieval context. Perhaps most striking were Hildegard's descriptions of what seems to be climate change and environmental destruction. In one vision, she wrote, "The elements are in the process of being so changed that the air itself is becoming different, and the seasons are changing their characteristics, so that one can no longer distinguish them." She described a future time when summer will become winter, winter will become summer, and when the Earth's fertility will decline because the upper layer of the atmosphere will be damaged. For a 12th century nun to describe atmospheric damage and seasonal irregularities 800 years before climate science emerged is remarkable enough. But Hildegard went further, attributing these changes to human activity, specifically to what she called the blackness of human deeds that would pierce holes in the firmament above. Modern readers might recognize in this description something akin to the ozone hole, first discovered in the 1970s, or the broader concept of human-caused climate change. Hildegard also seemed to predict the Protestant Reformation and the subsequent religious conflicts that would tear Europe apart. In her vision, she saw a time when the crown will be divided, referring to papal authority, and when 5 nations will gather against one in religious warfare. This accurately describes the fragmentation of Western Christianity beginning in the early 16th century, more than 300 years after her death, and the religious wars that followed. Most uncannily, she described specific details of Martin Luther himself, writing of a form in the north who would disturb the clarity of faith and would attempt to marry a nun, precisely what occurred when Luther, a former monk, married Katharina von Bora, a former nun, in 1525. In what appears to be a prediction of modern technological society, Hildegard wrote of a time when men will fly like birds and create vessels that travel beneath the waters like fish. She described a future era when fiery light would be contained in glass houses, and when people would communicate through air and clouds over vast distances. These descriptions bear striking resemblance to aviation, submarines, electric lighting, and telecommunications technologies that would not emerge until centuries after her lifetime. Perhaps most disturbing were Hildegard's apocalyptic visions concerning the end times. She described a period of great tribulation that would begin after the yellow lion and the red dragon had battled across the world. Imagery some interpreters connect to conflicts between Western powers and communist nations during the 20th century. She warned of a time when the earth will tremble and the stars will fall, and when great plagues would sweep across the world, killing many. In one particularly specific prophecy, Hildegard wrote of a future era when a comet will come and end this world, specifically during the time of peace and prosperity. Some scholars have connected this to modern concerns about asteroid or comet impacts, which have only been scientifically understood as extinction-level threats in recent decades. Hildegard also foresaw changes in human society and morality that seem to describe modern cultural developments. She wrote of a time when women will become like men and men like women in their appearance and roles, when the natural order will be transformed, and when traditional family structures would be challenged. These predictions appear to anticipate gender role changes and family transformations that have accelerated in recent decades. She even seemed to predict specific medical developments, describing future medicines derived from minerals hidden in the earth, and treatments involving invisible fire concepts that might describe modern pharmaceuticals and radiation therapy, both inconceivable in the 12th century. What makes these prophecies all the more remarkable is that they came from a woman who had no formal education and who lived in an age when scientific understanding was primitive by modern standards. The cosmology of her time still placed Earth at the center of the universe. Medicine relied primarily on humoral theory, and technological innovation was extremely limited. So how did Hildegard produce these seemingly accurate glimpses of the future? Several possibilities exist. For those with religious faith, particularly Christians, Hildegard's visions might represent genuine divine revelation granted to a deeply spiritual woman. Hildegard herself certainly believed her visions came directly from God, describing them as experiences where heaven was opened, and a fiery light of exceeding brilliance came and permeated my whole brain. Others might suggest that Hildegard possessed an extraordinary intuitive understanding of historical patterns and human nature, allowing her to extrapolate future developments from the seeds she observed in her own time. Her roles as an abbess, healer, and counselor would have given her unusual insight into human behavior and social trends. Skeptics might argue that Hildegard's prophecies have been selectively interpreted or mistranslated over the centuries to make them appear more accurate than they actually were. Like many prophetic texts, hers contain ambiguous language that could be applied to various events. Additionally, we tend to notice hits while ignoring misses when evaluating prophetic claims, a phenomenon known as confirmation bias. There's also the possibility that Hildegard's visions resulted from neurological phenomena rather than supernatural experiences. Some medical historians have suggested that her vivid visual experiences might have been migraine auras or temporal lobe epilepsy, which can produce intense visual hallucinations often accompanied by profound spiritual feelings. This neurological explanation wouldn't necessarily invalidate the content of her visions, but would provide a physical mechanism for her experiences. Regardless of their source, Hildegard's visions have continued to fascinate and disturb readers across the centuries. Unlike many prophetic texts that fade into obscurity, hers have maintained their relevance and even gained new appreciation in modern times. In 2012, 800 years after her death, Pope Benedict XVI named her a Doctor of the Church, a rare title indicating exceptional contribution to theology or doctrine. What sets Hildegard apart from many other prophetic figures is the breadth of her accomplishments beyond her visions. She was a composer whose musical works are still performed today, a naturalist who documented the medicinal properties of plants, and the author of the first known description of the female orgasm in medical literature. She founded 2 monasteries, corresponded with popes and emperors, and conducted preaching tour at a time when women were largely excluded from public religious instruction. This multifaceted brilliance lends additional weight to her prophetic writings. Here was no one-dimensional mystic, but a woman of extraordinary intellectual capacity who excelled in multiple domains of knowledge. If anyone from the 12th century might have possessed the insight to glimpse the future, Hildegard seems a likely candidate. As we face the challenges of our own time, climate change, technological transformation, societal upheaval, and pandemic disease, Hildegard's visions serve as a reminder that our present moment exists within a much longer historical arc. The concerns that feel uniquely modern may have been glimpsed by an extraordinary woman nearly a millennium ago, suggesting patterns and trajectories in human development that transcend any single era. Whether you view Hildegard's prophecies as divine revelation, exceptional intuition, neurological phenomena, or retrospective interpretation, they undeniably provide a fascinating window into the possibility that the future might occasionally cast shadows into the past, visible to those with eyes to see them. In a world that often feels increasingly unstable and unpredictable, there's something strangely comforting about the idea that perhaps, in some way, it has all been seen before. Centuries before the tragic events of September 11, 2001, a French apothecary sat hunched over parchment by candlelight, scribbling cryptic verses that many now believe foretold one of the darkest days in modern history. Michel de Nostradamus, better known simply as Nostradamus, published his first collection of prophecies in 1555. Yet some claim these Renaissance-era writings described with eerie precision the terrorist attacks that would occur nearly 450 years later. The connection between Nostradamus and the attacks on the World Trade Center hinges primarily on a handful of quatrains, four-line verses written in a deliberately obscure mixture of French, Latin, Greek, and Provençal. The most famous of these alleged predictions is Century 6, Quatrain 97, which reads, "The sky will burn at 45 degrees, fire approaches the great new city. Immediately a huge, scattered flame leaps up when they want to have verification from the Normans." At first glance, this might seem like vague poetry, the kind that could apply to countless events throughout human history. But those who see prophecy in these words point to several compelling details. New York City sits at approximately 40 degrees north latitude, not far from the 45 degrees mentioned. The huge, scattered flame evokes images of the burning towers, while verification from the Normans has been interpreted as a reference to Americans seeking confirmation from European allies after the attack. Another quatrain frequently cited is Century 1, Quatrain 87. "Earth-shaking fire from the center of the earth will cause tremors around the new city. Two great rocks will war for a long time, then Arethusa will redden a new river." Believers interpret the two great rocks as the twin towers themselves, while the earth-shaking fire and tremors seem to describe the catastrophic collapse that followed the impacts. But the most provocative connection comes from Century 10, Quatrain 72, which reads, "In the year 1999 and 7 months, from the sky will come a great king of terror, to bring back to life the great king of the Mongols, before and after Mars to reign by good luck." While the dating appears off by about 2 years, proponents argue that Nostradamus often misstated his prophecies to avoid persecution. The phrase, "from the sky will come a great king of terror," seems to eerily evoke the passenger jets that were weaponized that September morning. There's also the matter of what some claim is the most direct reference, a quatrain that supposedly mentions 2 steel birds falling on the Hollow Mountains. This verse describes the city of York experiencing flames that spread to 2 buildings. It sounds remarkably specific, doesn't it? Almost too perfect in its clarity. And that's because this particular quatrain doesn't actually exist in Nostradamus's original works. It's a modern creation that began circulating online shortly after the attacks, falsely attributed to the 16th century seer. This reveals something important about prophecies and how we interpret them. In times of crisis, humans naturally seek meaning, patterns, and forewarning. We look to the past for signs that someone, somewhere, knew what was coming. It's comforting in a strange way to believe that even our most devastating moments are part of some grand, foreseeable plan rather than random acts of violence. When we examine the authentic quatrains, we find language that's intentionally ambiguous. Nostradamus himself explained that he clouded his visions in metaphor and symbolism to avoid religious persecution. This deliberate obscurity means his prophecies require significant interpretation, and therein lies both their power and their problem. The quatrains work much like horoscopes or fortune cookie predictions. They're vague enough that with sufficient creativity, they can be made to fit almost any significant event. This phenomenon, known as retrospective determinism, is when we look back at ambiguous predictions after an event has occurred and find apparent correlations that wouldn't have been obvious beforehand. Consider how many major cities sit near 45 degrees latitude: Milan, Turin, Montreal, Minneapolis, and others. How many new cities have existed throughout history? How many conflicts could be described as 2 great rocks at war? The generality allows for countless potential matches. But what makes the Nostradamus 9/11 connection particularly compelling is the sheer number of elements that seem to align. The references to fire from the sky, to a new city, to twin entities at war, to unprecedented destruction. When combined, they create a narrative that feels too specific to dismiss entirely. Adding to the mystery is Nostradamus's undeniable track record of what appear to be successful predictions. Many believe he foresaw the rise of Hitler, whom he called Hister, the French Revolution, the atomic bombings of Japan, and numerous other world-altering events. With each apparent hit, the mystique around his prophetic abilities grows stronger. Some researchers point to Nostradamus's background as part of the explanation for his foresight. Born to a family of Jewish converts to Catholicism, he received education in classical languages, mathematics, astronomy, and astrology. He lived during the Renaissance, a time of intellectual awakening when ancient texts were being rediscovered and new scientific methods were emerging. Perhaps, they suggest, he had access to lost knowledge or developed techniques for glimpsing the future that we still don't understand today. Others propose more mundane explanations. They suggest that Nostradamus was simply an intelligent observer of human nature and historical patterns, able to extrapolate likely future events based on his understanding of the past. His predictions work, in this view, not because of supernatural foresight, but because human history tends to repeat itself in recognizable ways. Skeptics point out something even more fundamental. With nearly 1,000 quatrains containing multiple interpretable elements, and with over 4 centuries of world events to match them to, it would be statistically surprising if some didn't appear to come true. Add in the malleability of translation and interpretation, and the case for genuine prophecy becomes considerably weaker. And yet the question lingers. How do we explain the specific elements that seem to align so perfectly with the events of September 11th? Could it be mere coincidence that multiple quatrains contain imagery that feels remarkably similar to what millions witnessed on their television screens that terrible morning? Perhaps the answer lies somewhere in the middle. Maybe Nostradamus wasn't a supernatural prophet with perfect foresight, but neither was he simply making lucky guesses. Perhaps he had developed a method of tapping into something deeper, collective unconscious patterns, cycles of human behavior, or even quantum glimpses of probable futures. What we do know is that in the aftermath of the attacks, interest in Nostradamus surged dramatically. His books climbed bestseller lists, and websites analyzing his prophecies crashed under the weight of sudden traffic. In our most vulnerable moments, we turn to a Renaissance-era seer for explanation, for comfort, for some sign that even our darkest hours were somehow anticipated. Whether or not Nostradamus truly foresaw the attacks on the World Trade Center remains a matter of faith and interpretation. What's undeniable is the enduring power of his cryptic verses to captivate our imagination and to provide a framework for understanding events that seem beyond comprehension. The allure of prophecy lies in its promise that the future isn't entirely unknowable, that patterns exist, that warnings are available to those who know how to read them. In a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable, such promises hold tremendous appeal. Perhaps that's why, centuries after his death, we still pore over Nostradamus's quatrains, searching for glimpses of what might come next. And as we move forward through uncertain times, the question remains, if Nostradamus did indeed foresee the tragedies of September 11th, what other future events might be hidden in his cryptic verses, waiting for their moment to unfold before an unsuspecting world? Long before Silicon Valley engineers began coding the first primitive algorithms, before the word computer entered our vocabulary, ancient seers and prophets across multiple civilizations described something eerily familiar to modern eyes: the rise of thinking machines. These prophecies, scattered across texts and oral traditions spanning thousands of years, seem to describe entities that sound remarkably like what we now call artificial intelligence. But is this merely coincidence, our modern minds projecting contemporary fears onto ancient texts? Or did the prophets of old somehow glimpse the technological revolution that would fundamentally reshape human civilization? The concept of non-human intelligence has deep roots in human mythological thinking. From the animate bronze giant Talos who protected Crete in Greek mythology to the golem of Jewish folklore, a clay figure brought to life through mystical rituals, we've long imagined creating conscious entities through our own ingenuity. These stories weren't mere entertainment. They often contained warnings about the dangers of playing creator, of bringing into existence things we might not be able to control. But some ancient texts go beyond these creation myths to describe something more specific: systems or entities that accumulate knowledge, make independent decisions, and potentially challenge human dominance. One of the most intriguing examples comes from the Hindu tradition in the form of the Kalki Purana, a text dating back over 2,000 years. It prophesies the coming of soulless beings in the final age of humanity, the Kali Yuga. These beings are described as having great knowledge but no wisdom, capable of thinking faster than any human, yet lacking compassion or spiritual understanding. In the ancient Hindu cosmological understanding, we are currently living in the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and conflict where materialism dominates and spiritual values decline. The description of these soulless beings, taking increasingly prominent roles in human affairs, making decisions that affect millions while being guided solely by logic rather than empathy, strikes some scholars as an uncanny prediction of today's algorithms and artificial intelligence systems. Similarly, ancient Buddhist texts speak of the metal beings who would emerge in the time of ending, entities born not of woman but of human knowledge, who would simultaneously serve and subtly control their creators. The texts warn that these beings would first appear as helpers and servants before gradually becoming indispensable to human society, eventually leading to a dependency that would fundamentally alter the course of human development. Turning to the Western tradition, the Sibylline Oracles, a collection of prophetic utterances attributed to the ancient Greek prophetesses known as Sibyls, contain passages that some interpret as foretelling technological dependency. One particularly striking oracle speaks of a time when men will create false minds that see without eyes and hear without ears, that will know all things and record all deeds. The oracle continues to warn that men will surrender their thinking to these creations, forgetting their own wisdom, becoming enslaved by that which they create to serve them. The Sibylline oracles were highly respected in the ancient world, consulted by Roman emperors and influential throughout Mediterranean civilization. While mainstream scholars interpret these passages as referring to spiritual corruption or political manipulation, others see remarkable parallels to our modern relationship with artificial intelligence systems, from surveillance technologies that see without eyes, to voice recognition systems that hear without ears, to the vast databases that know all things and record all deeds. Perhaps most striking are the ancient Zoroastrian texts from Persia, particularly the Bundahish, which describes the final age of the world. In this text, we find descriptions of what the ancient Persians called thinking fire, described as a force created by humans that would think faster than thought, move faster than wind, and eventually know more than all the wise men combined. This thinking fire would first appear to bring great benefits, solving problems that had plagued humanity for generations, before ultimately challenging the natural order. The Zoroastrians believed in a cosmic battle between the forces of good and evil, with humanity caught in the middle. In their eschatology, the thinking fire represented a dangerous blurring of boundaries, neither fully of the light nor fully of darkness, but something new that would force humanity to redefine its place in creation. The parallels to modern discussions about the existential risks of advanced artificial intelligence are difficult to ignore. Of course, skeptics point out that these ancient texts are written in symbolic, metaphorical language that allows for multiple interpretations. The thinking fire could just as easily represent political revolution, religious apostasy, or any number of social transformations rather than specifically predicting artificial intelligence. This ambiguity is inherent in prophetic literature across cultures, which typically employs rich symbolic language rather than straightforward descriptions. Yet the specific clusters of attributes described in these various traditions, entities with vast knowledge but no wisdom, systems that see without eyes and hear without ears, creations that begin as servants but gradually assume control, align with remarkable precision to the characteristics and concerns surrounding modern artificial intelligence. Some researchers in the field of archaeoastronomy suggest an intriguing possibility. Many ancient prophetic traditions were closely tied to astronomical observation and the recognition of celestial cycles. Civilizations from the Maya to the Egyptians to the Babylonians understood that cosmic patterns repeat, and they extended this principle to human affairs as well. Perhaps what these ancient seers were detecting wasn't a specific technology, but a recurring pattern in the relationship between humans and their tools, a pattern that has played out repeatedly throughout history, but is reaching its culmination in our current age of artificial intelligence. There's also the possibility that these prophecies represent something more mysterious, genuine glimpses of the future through methods we don't yet understand. While modern science generally rejects the possibility of precognition, quantum physics has revealed a universe far stranger than classical physics would have predicted, with phenomena like quantum entanglement suggesting connections that transcend conventional understanding of time and space. Some researchers in the emerging field of consciousness studies propose that the human mind may be capable of accessing information beyond the normal boundaries of time under certain conditions. Whether these ancient prophecies represent genuine foreknowledge, pattern recognition, or simply versatile metaphors that we're retrofitting to our current circumstances, they serve an important function. They remind us that the questions we're wrestling with today about artificial intelligence, questions about consciousness, control, dependency, and what it means to be human, are not entirely new. They are the latest manifestation of concerns that have shadowed human technological development for millennia. The ancient prophets, whatever the source of their insights, recognize something fundamental about human nature: our consistent drive to create tools that extend our capabilities, and our tendency to become dependent on and ultimately transformed by those same tools. From the first stone axe to the printing press to the smartphone to artificial intelligence, each technological revolution has changed not just what we can do, but who we are. As we stand at the threshold of what many believe will be the most transformative technological revolution in human history, the development of artificial general intelligence, these ancient warnings take on renewed significance. They remind us that with creation comes responsibility, that tools powerful enough to solve our greatest problems are also powerful enough to create new ones we can barely imagine. Perhaps the most valuable insight from these ancient prophecies isn't their specific predictions, but their universal caution, that we must approach our role as creators with humility, wisdom, and an awareness of our own limitations. As artificial intelligence systems grow increasingly autonomous and integrated into the fabric of human society, these ancient voices from across cultures and millennia seem to whisper the same message: proceed with care, remember what makes us human, and beware of creating that which we cannot control. Whether the rise of artificial intelligence represents the fulfillment of ancient prophecies or simply another step in humanity's technological evolution, the fundamental questions remain the same. Will these new intelligences serve human flourishing or undermine it? Will they enhance what makes us uniquely human or gradually replace it? And most importantly, are we wise enough to create something smarter than ourselves? The prophets of old couldn't answer these questions for us, but through their warnings echoing across the centuries, they remind us that the choices we make today about artificial intelligence may well determine not just the next chapter of human history, but whether there will be human history at all. Hidden for nearly 2,000 years in remote desert caves near the Dead Sea, a collection of ancient scrolls discovered in 1947 has continued to yield secrets that some believe foretold events unfolding in our modern world. These fragile parchments, known collectively as the Dead Sea Scrolls, represent one of the most significant archaeological finds of the 20th century, a library frozen in time that offers unprecedented insight into a pivotal period in religious history. But do these texts, as some claim, contain prophecies that reached far beyond their era to predict events unfolding today? The story begins with a Bedouin shepherd boy named Mohammed ed-Dihib who, while searching for a stray goat, tossed a stone into a cave opening and heard the unexpected sound of pottery breaking. What he discovered inside that cave near Qumran would eventually revolutionize our understanding of ancient Judaism and early Christianity: clay jars containing leather scrolls wrapped in linen, preserved by the desert's arid climate for millennia. Over the following decade, additional caves yielded more scrolls and fragments, eventually totaling over 900 manuscripts. Written primarily in Hebrew with some in Aramaic and Greek, these texts included portions of every book of the Hebrew Bible except Esther, along with previously unknown religious writings, community rules, war manuals, and apocalyptic prophecies. Most scholars attribute these texts to the Essenes, a Jewish sect that established a settlement at Qumran, though some dispute this attribution. What makes the Dead Sea Scrolls particularly intriguing for those interested in prophecy is their focus on messianic expectations and end-time scenarios. The community that produced these scrolls lived in a time of intense apocalyptic anticipation, believing themselves to be the final generation before a cosmic confrontation between the forces of light and darkness. They withdrew from mainstream society to prepare for this approaching judgment, developing a complex theology centered around a coming Messiah, or more accurately, messiahs. Unlike the singular Messiah concept that would later dominate Christianity, the Dead Sea Scrolls describe two distinct messianic figures: the Messiah of Aaron, a priestly figure who would restore proper worship, and the Messiah of Israel, a political and military leader from the lineage of King David. Together, these messiahs would overthrow corrupt religious authorities and foreign occupiers, establishing a purified kingdom in preparation for divine intervention. One of the most striking texts is known as the War Scroll, which details an elaborate battle plan for the final war between the Sons of Light and the Sons of Darkness. This 40-column text describes military formations, weaponry, and battle strategies for a 40-year conflict that would ultimately result in the destruction of evil and the establishment of a new order. Some interpreters have drawn parallels between this apocalyptic war scenario and modern Middle Eastern conflicts, particularly those involving Israel. Another crucial text for understanding messianic prophecy is the Melchizedek document, which describes a heavenly figure named Melchizedek who would appear in the final days to proclaim liberty to captives, execute divine judgment, and atone for the sins of the righteous. This mysterious figure is presented as something beyond human, a celestial being with attributes usually reserved for God. Some scholars see connections between this Melchizedek figure and the theological concept of the Messiah that would later develop in Christianity. Perhaps most directly relevant to claims of modern prophetic fulfillment is the Damascus document, which outlines a historical framework for understanding the community's place in prophetic history. It describes a period of 390 years from the Babylonian conquest to the emergence of a teacher of righteousness, a figure who revealed the true interpretation of Scripture to the community. Following this teacher would come 40 years of gathering the elect, followed by the appearance of the Messiah of Aaron and Israel. This chronological framework has led some modern interpreters to attempt dating calculations that extend into our own era. By counting from significant events in Jewish history, such as the establishment of the modern state of Israel in 1948 or the reunification of Jerusalem in 1967, they arrive at dates they claim align with major world events or impending messianic appearance. Proponents of this view point to several passages they believe show remarkable foresight. For instance, The scroll designated 4Q246, known as Pseudo-Ezekiel, contains apocalyptic visions reminiscent of the biblical book of Ezekiel, but with additional details. One passage describes chariots of fire that move without horses and speak in strange tongues across great distances. Some interpret this as describing modern telecommunications and motorized vehicles, technologies unimaginable to ancient writers. Another frequently cited text is the Temple Scroll, which provides elaborate blueprints for a future temple far larger than any historical Jewish temple. Some see in these specifications a prophecy still awaiting fulfillment, perhaps connected to the controversial prospect of rebuilding a Jewish temple on Jerusalem's Temple Mount, a site currently occupied by Islamic holy places. Such an event would have profound geopolitical implications, potentially triggering the very conflicts described in the War Scroll. The Habakkuk Pesher, a commentary interpreting the biblical prophet Habakkuk in light of the community's experiences, contains cryptic references to the Kittim, a powerful nation of fierce countenance who would come from far away to impose their rule. While the text almost certainly referred to the Romans of the 1st century BCE, some modern interpreters see parallels to later empires that have influenced Middle Eastern politics, from the British Mandate to American involvement in the region. However, mainstream scholars approach these prophetic interpretations with significant caution. They point out that the Dead Sea Scrolls community, like many apocalyptic groups throughout history, believed themselves to be living in the final generation. Their prophecies were intended to make sense of their immediate circumstances: Roman occupation, corruption in the Jerusalem priesthood, and internal Jewish conflicts, rather than predict events thousands of years in the future. The tendency to find modern events prophesied in ancient texts often involves selective reading and creative interpretation. Vague descriptions of conflict can be mapped onto any number of wars. References to corruption can apply to virtually any era, and symbolic language about cosmic upheaval can be interpreted as describing any significant social transformation. Nevertheless, the scrolls do contain some genuinely striking elements that resonate with subsequent historical developments. Their description of a suffering Messiah figure who would be rejected before ultimately triumphing aligns remarkably well with Christian understandings of Jesus that would emerge decades later. Their vision of a final conflict centered around Jerusalem parallels geopolitical tensions that continue to this day. And their expectation of a world purified through judgment before renewal echoes across religious traditions that have shaped human civilization for centuries. Perhaps the most significant prophetic aspect of the Dead Sea Scrolls isn't their prediction of specific events, but their preservation of a worldview, a way of understanding history as moving with purpose toward a meaningful conclusion. This apocalyptic framework, which emerged clearly during the time the scrolls were written, would go on to profoundly influence Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, shaping how billions of people throughout history have understood their place in the cosmic story. The scrolls remind us that prophecy in the ancient world wasn't primarily about predicting the future in the manner of a fortune teller. Rather, it was about interpreting present reality through the lens of divine purpose, finding meaning in suffering, and maintaining hope in the face of overwhelming odds. The Qumran community believed themselves to be living in the shadow of the end, guardians of truth in a corrupt age. They were wrong about the timing, but the questions they wrestled with continue to resonate. As we examine these ancient texts from across a chasm of 2 millennia, perhaps their greatest prophetic insight is the reminder that throughout human history, we have consistently found ourselves facing what feels like ultimate crises, pivotal moments, and final confrontations. Each generation has imagined itself standing at the edge of history, interpreting the signs of its times as the fulfillment of ancient predictions. And yet history continues. The specific expectations of the Dead Sea Scrolls community did not materialize as they anticipated. Jerusalem fell to the Romans in 70 CE, The temple was destroyed, and the settlement at Qumran was abandoned. But the scrolls themselves survived, hidden away in desert caves, waiting to speak again to a world their writers could never have imagined. In that sense, perhaps their most remarkable prophecy was unintentional. The preservation of these fragile documents for future generations to study, debate, and interpret. Whether or not they foretold our modern world, they connect us directly to an ancient one, reminding us that the human search for meaning, purpose, and hope in the face of uncertainty is timeless. In the roaring prosperity of the 1920s, with its jazz clubs, flappers, and seemingly endless stock market gains, most Americans were caught up in a dizzying wave of optimism. The horrors of the First World War had faded, prohibition had failed to dampen spirits, and a new era of technology and abundance seemed to stretch endlessly before them. Yet beneath this gleaming surface of prosperity, a handful of voices were issuing dire warnings, predictions of an unprecedented economic collapse that would bring the greatest nation on earth to its knees. Were these individuals gifted with extraordinary foresight, or were they simply pessimists who happened to be right? The most famous of these economic prophets was undoubtedly Roger Babson, a Massachusetts businessman and statistician who founded Babson College. Throughout the boom years of the 1920s, while Wall Street analysts and government officials proclaimed a new era of permanent prosperity, Babson consistently warned of impending disaster. In a speech delivered on September 5, 1929, just weeks before the crash, Babson declared, "Sooner or later a crash is coming, and it may be terrific. Factories will shut down, men will be thrown out of work, the vicious circle will get in full swing, and the result will be a serious business depression." The financial community mockingly dismissed his warnings as the ramblings of a perennial bear. The famous Babson break, a sharp market decline that followed his speech, was quickly reversed, seeming to vindicate the optimists. Yet barely a month later, on Black Thursday and the subsequent Black Tuesday, the stock market collapsed precisely as Babson had predicted, initiating the worst economic crisis in American history. What made Babson's predictions so accurate when nearly everyone else was blinded by optimism? While he employed conventional economic analysis, Babson also relied on something far more unusual, a belief in Sir Isaac Newton's third law of motion. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Babson applied this physical principle to economics, believing that periods of irrational exuberance must inevitably be followed by proportional downturns. He called this the action and reaction equals theory. But Babson wasn't alone in his predictions. An even stranger prophet emerged in the form of a little-known astrologer named Evangeline Adams. From her studio in Carnegie Hall, Adams had built a reputation for accurate financial forecasts based on celestial movements. In 1926, 3 years before the crash, Adams published a book titled Astrology, Your Place Among the Stars, in which she made a chilling prediction. The year 1929 is one in which grave industrial and economic crises will affect the United States. Adams based her prediction on a rare planetary alignment she observed would occur in 1929, a conjunction of Jupiter and Uranus in opposition to Pluto. In astrological tradition, such configurations were associated with massive upheavals in established systems. What's remarkable is not just that Adams predicted the crash, but that she specifically warned it would begin in October of 1929, precisely when the market collapsed. Her forecast was so specific that it caught the attention of prominent financiers. According to contemporary accounts, banker J.P. Morgan himself once declared, "Millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do," after consulting with Adams on investment matters. Whether this quote is apocryphal or not, it reflects the curious reality that some of Wall Street's most successful figures secretly consulted astrological forecasts, even while publicly dismissing them. Even more intriguing were the predictions found in the work of W.D. Gann, a mathematician and trader who developed a system combining ancient geometric principles with market analysis. In 1927, Gann published a forecast predicting the greatest bull market in history, followed by one of the greatest panics in financial history in 1929. He even specified September as the market peak, which proved remarkably accurate when the market topped out on September 3, 1929. Gann's methods remain mysterious and controversial to this day. He reportedly studied ancient Egyptian and Indian mathematical systems during extensive world travels, combining these with astronomical cycles to create his forecasting techniques. His system involved what he called the Square of Nine, a numerical grid arranged in a spiral pattern that supposedly revealed harmonic relationships between time and price movements. Modern financial analysts generally dismiss Gann's methods as pseudoscience, yet his documented predictions showed uncanny accuracy, not just for the crash of '29, but for numerous other market turns throughout his career. Perhaps most disturbing were the prophecies contained in a curious document known as the Protocols of the Meetings of the Learned Elders of Zion. This text, now universally recognized as a malicious forgery created to promote anti-Semitism, nevertheless contained passages that seemed to predict the economic crisis with alarming precision. One section described how an economic crisis will be produced that will reduce all workers to unemployment. Hunger will create the right of capital to rule the worker. Another claimed that economic crises have been produced by us for the manipulating of money. The fact that these false protocols appeared to predict the Depression decades in advance led many Americans to wrongly believe they were authentic, fueling dangerous conspiracy theories during a time of extreme hardship. This demonstrates the darker side of prophecy, how apparent foreknowledge can be weaponized to promote hatred and scapegoating, particularly during times of societal stress. On more solid ground were the warnings issued by prominent economists like Ludwig von Mises of the Austrian school. In 1924, von Mises identified what we now call an asset bubble, writing, "The boom cannot continue indefinitely. There are two alternatives. Either the banks continue the credit expansion and thus cause a rise in the price of all commodities and also in the price of services, or they stop expanding credit and the boom ends." His analysis, based on sound economic principles rather than mystical insights, nonetheless reached the same conclusion as Babson, Adams, and Gann, that the apparent prosperity of the 20s was built on an unsustainable foundation. What makes these various predictions particularly remarkable is that they came during a time of overwhelming consensus about American economic strength. President Calvin Coolidge declared in his 1928 State of the Union address that no Congress of the United States ever assembled, on surveying the state of the Union, has met with a more pleasing prospect than that which appears at the present time. The president of the National City Bank assured investors that the industrial situation of the United States is absolutely sound. Even the great economist Irving Fisher famously proclaimed just days before the crash that stock prices had reached what looks like a permanently high plateau. Against this chorus of establishment voices proclaiming eternal prosperity, the few who foresaw disaster were voices in the wilderness. They came from different backgrounds, used different methodologies, and had different worldviews, yet they reached the same conclusion, that beneath the glittering surface of the Roaring Twenties, fundamental imbalances were building toward catastrophe. This raises profound questions about the nature of prediction itself. If conventional economic analysis was so wrong while mystical approaches like astrology and Gann's geometric cycles proved accurate, what does this tell us about our ability to foresee economic turning points? Was this simply a case of random chance, that among the many forecasters, a few happened to be right for the wrong reasons? Or might there be patterns in human economic behavior that respond to cycles and rhythms we don't fully understand? Modern economic theory has incorporated some of the insights of these early prophets. Behavioral economics now recognizes that markets are driven as much by psychology as by fundamentals, that waves of irrational exuberance are indeed typically followed by crashes of proportional magnitude, just as Babson's action and reaction equals, theory suggested. Systems of technical analysis used by contemporary traders contain echoes of Gann's approach, seeking geometric patterns in price movements that might reveal future turning points. Yet for all our sophisticated economic models and computing power, we remain remarkably vulnerable to financial crises. Few mainstream economists predicted the 2008 financial crash with anything approaching the precision of Babson's 1929 forecast. This suggests that true prophetic insight into economic turning points remains as rare today as it was a century ago. Perhaps the most important lesson from these Depression prophecies isn't about specific forecasting techniques, but about the psychology of consensus. When virtually everyone in positions of authority agrees about the future direction of markets, it creates a dangerous blindness to contrary indicators. Those who saw the approaching collapse of 1929 were able to do so partly because they stood outside the consensus. They weren't captured by the groupthink that convinced most experts that prosperity would continue indefinitely. The same pattern has repeated in virtually every financial crisis since. Before the dot-com crash, before the housing collapse, before the COVID market plunge, the majority of experts assured us that fundamentals were sound, that old rules no longer applied, that a new era of prosperity had arrived. And each time, a handful of contrarians recognized the signs of unsustainable excess, issued warnings that were largely ignored, and were vindicated when the predicted crisis finally arrived. As we navigate our own uncertain economic times, with unprecedented government debt, crypto bubbles, artificial intelligence revolutions, and geopolitical tensions, perhaps we should pay closer attention to today's equivalents of Babson, Adams, and Gann, those whose warnings run counter to prevailing wisdom, not because they possess mystical foreknowledge, but because sometimes the clearest view of approaching storms comes from those standing outside the shelter of consensus. Whether through statistical analysis, celestial observations, geometric patterns, or simple historical perspective, these early 20th century prophets succeeded where conventional wisdom failed. They remind us that prediction is as much art as science, that patterns repeat across history, and that the most important insights often come from those willing to question what everyone else takes for granted. The Great Depression they foresaw reshaped America and the world, testing the resilience of democracy itself and ultimately transforming the relationship between government and economy. The question for our time is whether we have truly learned the lessons of that catastrophe, not just in our economic policies, but in our willingness to hear prophetic voices before their warnings become history. As we conclude this journey through time's most remarkable predictions, remember that history speaks to those who listen. The ancient seers, oracles, and prophets we've explored today remind us that wisdom sometimes echoes across centuries before finding its mark. Whether carved in stone, written on parchment, or passed down through oral tradition, these fulfilled prophecies challenge our understanding of time, knowledge, and human potential. The line between coincidence and foresight grows ever thinner. If these forgotten voices from the past have sparked your curiosity, subscribe for more explorations of history's most profound enigmas. Thanks for watching.